Hello and welcome to Jamie's Motion Graphics, episode 11. Today we are making this. All of this has been made from scratch in Adobe After Effects, and I will show you step by step how it's made. Please note that this is a very long tutorial. It takes about 7 hours. So yeah, just so you know what you're starting if you want to make this. Okay, here we are in After Effects. We're not going to start off with a new composition as we normally do, because I already have one. I already did some pre-work for this one. I loaded in a logo, which is, well, looking like this. Well, I'll show you here. It's looking like this. This is going to be my text, and this is what we're going to animate. And then I put that into a comp, obviously, and then I traced it, as you can see, with a pen. I didn't do every single detail on it, so as you can see, there's quite a big difference with all these gaps and such. I didn't like the gaps, so I wanted them out, so I made this layer, and this layer consists of, let me turn off the original. This layer consists of all masks, so there are a lot of masks on this one. I don't even know how many. 27 masks, and we're going to use those cutouts basically to, well, make our motion, well, make our background, and then the motion is going to reveal this or do something with it. So this is going to be a lot of work. So if you're not prepared to do the work, then you're probably in the wrong place at this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the masks one by one, put them into new layers, and then edit the layer every time. First of all, we're going to load in a color combination though. This is going to be my color swatches. This is going to be what everything is going to look like. So yeah, I can't pick colors outside of these, and yeah, that's intentional, of course, because these are apparently really good color combinations, so yeah, I would like those. I'm going to put them in the top left, and I'm going to hide them for now, because I don't need them right away. First of all, we're going to pick up the, well, a new layer with one of the masks, and then we're going to go from there. Yeah, new solids. As I said, they're going to all be the colors of this thing, so I have to turn it on to actually switch to that. Here we go. It is turned on, and then we're going to go to my white solid, hit solid settings, and then just pick the color from one of these. So the background is probably going to be the brown one, although I might also pick one of these. No, the brown one is going to be the background. Let's start off with a nice blue, and we're going to just go to, switch this off again because we don't need it anymore. We're going to go to the white solid, take mask 1, hit Control C for copy, and then go to the blue solid and hit Control V, and that will give us the mask on this. So it's as easy as that. So if you want to get rid of the background thingy, so you want to see what you've already done, just create a new solid, go to new solid, and yes, I turned it back on because I wanted to, no, I wanted the brown one, brown. So I wanted to see what I was doing and to immediately pick the right color. So we're going to put that between the white solid and everything else. And we're going to turn this back off, and you can see now all I have is a J. So this layer is going to be all about what do we want to do with this thing. So the simplest way to, well, animate this is to make a new mask, and we're going to do that. I'm going to just make it 4 points for now. By the way, if you want to draw straight lines on a mask, I'll show you. Oh, that's one too many. So just hold Shift, and you will always make right lines. Is it? Well, yeah, you shouldn't drag, but if I click here, it will do 45 degrees. If I click here, it will do 90 degrees, but yeah, you can be a little bit off, and it will still make the the correct thing. Of course, when it closes, it doesn't really pay attention to that at all. But yeah, you can also do it the way I normally teach you, which is just go to the masks. On which layer is this? Oh, it's on the wrong layer. Never mind. So I wanted that on the blue layer, of course. And apparently I was on the brown one, so the background one. So what I normally teach is you set this up and then you just go to mask and you set the shape to be reset to rectangle. Ta-da! Now it's a rectangle. And it's, yeah, it takes care of everything, so you can even type in the values, which is way better than anything else. Anyway, we're going to put it above the original mask and then hit the add and make the add into subtract so that it will actually, okay, apparently the other way around, so that will actually wipe off this, this selection. So the way this works is basically I draw on the J first with the first mask. Yeah, masks work exactly opposite from layers, so the higher they are, the lower they are on the composition, which is completely stupid, but well, that's the way they made it. So the mask 1 is the first mask we draw, which is the J. And then we draw the rectangle over it and say subtract from everything that's before it. Which is the entire thing. So now we can choose to animate this, obviously, and that's why we're here, because we wanted to animate this. So as you can see, the masks that I did were not perfect, and you can address that if you want to. Hang on. Mask 1, mask path. Yeah, this, for example, this particular point should be converted into this, and then it should be dragged because it kind of looked weird. Well, it is completely weird, to be honest. We're going to set it to this, and then we're going to drag this one up a little bit, not too much, but yeah, it's kind of hard to exactly line it out, but yeah, you can figure it out if you want to. Anyway, the transition will now be a little bit smoother, and if you want some help with what you're doing, just take the original. Well, this is not the original. This would be the original. So just add on the original and just well, drag it out a little bit, make sure that it fits whatever profile you want it to fit, then turn everything back on. Well, I don't actually need this one, but and then yeah, we're going back to this one. So yeah, whatever this shape is, it's fine. It's good enough because I didn't notice it when it was full screen. So yeah, it's good enough. We're going to now use or animate this second mask to actually do what we want, or well, reveal it in the way we want it. Because if we take these points, for example, so the bottom points, and we drag them upwards, you can see that it actually reveals the shape. And well, that's the way it works. So in fact, we're going to take the top part and drag it down over time. So let's say we start the animation at 1 second. That way we can always cut it off, but that way we actually have some time to put in other things before this animation. We can also move this animation in time, so it's all good. But we can always cut it off. It's way harder to put things back into the timeline. So we're going to say, okay, this is time 0, and at time 0, this mask path is going to look like this. So we're going to take the top 2 and just put it right above this. And then we're going to, well, that's our first one. Now we want to reveal the entire thing in, let's say, 1 second. So we're going to, I don't know if I have 25 or 50 or 30 as a composition setting. As 30 frames per second, so 15 would be half a second, and we're going to go to 15 therefore. So picking up these two top points once again. Hello. let me change the mask color, because I don't like it when they're completely invisible. There you go, that's the way we want that. So now you can see that the bottom ones aren't selected and the top ones are. We're going to go half a second in and go up to here, exactly this point. There you go. So this one is not revealed yet, and hopefully that is an exact thing. Yeah, you can actually already see a little bit of it shine through. So you can fix that in several ways. I guess the easiest way would be to just make a new mask or add on to this mask, and I guess I'm going to do that last one. I'm going to add 2 points to this mask, one over here, right next to each other, and pick up the 2 points that are on the left and drag them upwards. So this way, those points will be added to the first part as well, but yeah, this part is now split into two, so this will reveal the right side, while this will keep the left side revealed. Or, no, hidden, sorry. It will keep the left side from being revealed. So, and as you can see, it just grows over time, the difference, until it is the difference that I actually wanted it to be, and yeah, that's excellent. So now we have kind of a midpoint here, and we want to reveal the rest, and we can do that with a swipe, which is by far the most precise one, but I don't really care about precision at this moment. We're going to go to, yeah, let's first go to 30, and 30 should be when it's fully revealed. We're going to reveal it by rotating this point around that midpoint. So we're going to go and rotate this around. Well, it doesn't matter if you rotate it or just drag it there, it's the same, of course. And so at 30, this is going to look like this, and this one is going to go over there. And at 31, yeah, so that's 201, this entire mask, so select the entire mask path, is going to be just thrown out somewhere where it doesn't hit anything anymore. So we're going to go back to, hang on, that's then here somewhere, I think, about halfway through. So we're going from 15 to 30, so that would be 22, would have to be the middle. Why is there an extra point here now? Did I do something wrong? Oh no, that's, never mind. Redo. Yeah, so my mistake here was that I kind of, well, it's not a mistake. I dragged this point from here to there, and it has to rotate, so it's going to go, select one point at a time. So as I said, this is going to take quite a while to do, but yeah, well, I warned you. So we're going to go over here first and then go over there. So let's see what it looks like. You can edit it frame by frame, but most of the time it's a good thing to actually notice what's already automatically happening. So currently it's going from here to, oh, hang on, I can just hit play. That's way easier. So you can see that it's frame by frame, it's just doing its thing. And it's, for now, good enough. It wipes it in a circular motion, it's all good. That's the way we wanted it. We don't want to really bother with anything fancy for this reveal, but we are going to add on some stuff for, well, after this reveal happens. We're going to put some flowers on there, and the flowers, of course, are going to be in the correct colors, these colors, which means that we are going to have to use probably a shape layer. And we're going to use that shape layer for all of our objects, so that we only need one shape layer, hopefully. The color that we're going to use is going to be the blue for the middle, and then the stroke is going to be 0, because that just normally looks better. So we're going to draw it first. We're going to make that's a rectangle. I wanted to have a circle. Come on, ellipse tool, and there you go. If you hold Shift, you get an equal size on both sides. So you can also address it here. So now it's 24 by 24, and I made it 20 by 20. But yeah, you can make of it what you want. We're going to copy this ellipse, Control D for duplicate, and then we're going to put the ellipse behind the first one. Well, we can also just pick up this one. We're going to change the color, and hopefully I can do that because I have had some problems with that before, so we'll see that soon enough. We're going to make that into this color. And yes, this one is now behind the other one, so that's cool. But hopefully it doesn't change the entire layer. That was basically the problem I had. We're going to drag it out and just make a very simple flower by adding a repeater to... Oh no, I can only... Oh, that's a shame. I don't think I can... Yeah, I can only add a repeater to the entire layer, and we don't want that, so we're going to have to do it by hand, which means duplicate this ellipse, so ellipse number 1 that is, and just draw the flower. It's going to be a very simple one, so don't worry. I'm going to duplicate it again. It will automatically select a new one, so you can just drag them around the way you want them. And my computer is very laggy, as you might have noticed. That is not a good sign. So we might actually switch the colors on some of these if I can manage to make this an even number of petals, because it would be cool to have that. And yeah, so I do have an even number of petals, which means that I can select one with Shift. Holding Shift, I can select 3 of them, and then I go to the fill. So fill, and then the color, we're going to take, we have this one now, right? Let's take this one. And then we have different colors if all goes well. Oh, apparently you can't do that on multiples. Yeah, some things are really not that well thought out in this particular version of After Effects, but I know that a lot of the problems have been solved because I am still using CS4, and you're way better off with the new CC or even CS6 or something like that. Anyhow, this is going to be our little flower. It's going to be a lot smaller, but it should be cool. Why is it not changing color? Come on. Hang on, I selected this one. So yeah, I selected this one. I changed the stroke. Okay. I was in the wrong one. Yeah, that's being stupid. There you go. Changing the color. Anyway, that's how I drew my flower. Now let's deselect it to see what it's actually looking like. Yeah, so it looks really just like a blob. And that's because, well, we're going to be zoomed out. Well, actually not this far, but we're going to be at about this amount, I guess. And that means that it's never going to be more than just a blob. So ellipse 2, that's the middle part. I want to shrink that down a little bit, make it a little bit smaller, because it seems a little bit too big for the flower. Yeah, that's better. So it just adds a little bit of spice to it. If you pick other colors than I did, you can make it a little bit brighter if you want, but yeah, for now I don't really mind. it's all good. So position, we're going to drag the position to be right on top of the J somewhere. And we're going to make these flowers pop in. So this is just the one, but I can of course make multiples. I'm going to pre-compose this, in fact. So layer, pre-compose, and this is going to be our flower. And that way we can actually maneuver it around and copy it without having to deal with all the details on it. It seems that one of the petals is the same color as my J is, which is not very useful. So I'm going to have to change that. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying here, but apparently working with a limited amount of colors is not my thing. So solid settings on the original layer, and we're going to change this into the dark one. No, I used so many colors on it. I guess we're going to go with this one. Because I used 3 colors on the flower, I can only choose this one, or this one, and this one's already the background, so I shouldn't pick that one. So I can basically choose this one or this one, and yeah, well, you see my problem. Okay, throwing away my color combination thingy, I'm left with this. So now it's yeah, it's a pretty little flower. We can duplicate it, Control D, and then put it somewhere else. And of course, you can amplify the effect of these flowers later on by having them pop in with a little bit of a sound effect, so in your final video. But for now, we're just going to say, okay, so here you are. Just plop it on there, whatever. Yeah, the flower, or the J is formed at 2 seconds, so let's say that every half second, no, that's too much. Every 10 frames, I guess. Yeah, every 10 frames, one of the flowers comes in. So yeah, just drag it out. You can also hit Shift opening brackets, but then with the sharp opening brackets. So yeah, it's kind of hard to explain which ones they are. They're the ones that are next to P on most keywords. So you have like the sharp brackets, but that's not the one I mean. I mean this one. So the one that's, yeah, that looks like part of a square. Anyhow, so this is the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is going to be the second one. Okay, so apparently we went to 22, or I want it to be at 20. So you can just drag it over there, and then just this one is going to be at 30. Oh, perfect. I did do this correctly, right? Yeah, it is at 10. So yeah, you can either drag the layers or just position them. In this case, it doesn't matter. But what happens is once the J is fully formed, they will just plop on one by one. Hopefully it will actually show me. Oh wow, it's so slow. It's currently running at 2 frames per second while calculating what it needs to do. So yeah, it's not a like masterful effect, but hey, we're going to do several more layers, and basically I don't want to deal with too much crap at this very first letter. Yeah, all of this can now be pre-composed. Layer, pre-compose into the J. So let's give it a kind of more of a code name. This is letter number 1. It's going to be J. And therefore, in our composition here, we only have to deal with one thing, which is very important. There's only one layer now, and we can edit it, but it's outside of our composition. So that means that all of these layers are hidden for us. So if we hide this, the entire thing is hidden. Only have to hit one button. And yeah, on to the next letter. So next layer, we're going to do exactly the same thing. So solid, it is going to be which color? I think I need to step away from my color combinations here. Because of course the color combinations kind of limit me very much in the amount of things I can actually do with color effects. But I'm going to try to stick to it. I think it's better if you don't. So here I have 6 colors. It's kind of limiting. But yeah, well, with the first letter being this color, I'm going to go to the exact opposite and go for that. Did I pick the right one? Is this the same color? I guess. Okay. Yeah, on to the letter number 2, which is this one. So currently this layer is turned off. That's why it looks so weird. So I'm going to hit M for mask, then mask path on number 2. And that should just select this one. You can see that the things are a little bit bigger. So just select it, hit, oh, I still need to find this one. And that one's all the way in the bottom somewhere. So yeah, 21 apparently. Yeah, 21 and 2. No, just 21 and 2. We're going to select them using Control, then copy, Control C, go to our newly made color, and then Control V, and there you can see we have the A. So yeah, the A is going to be our second letter, so it's going to be over here. Well, the position and everything is already correct, so you don't have to worry about that. The thing you do have to worry about is the positioning in your entire thing. I'm going to just put them one letter at a time, but if you mess it up too much, then you can't really see what you've already done and blah blah blah. But just keep track of what you've already done and you should be fine. So we're going to edit this in a similar way, I guess, with a mask that is going to be revealing this. But this mask is going to have a little more detail to it. It is similar to the reveal mask that I used in my reveal tutorial. If you didn't see that, that is fine. I will explain it to you right now. So basically we're drawing a mask the way we want it to be in the end. So we're going to go to, let's say, we don't want it to reveal one letter at a time. We want to have like everything revealed somewhat at the same time. So we're going to go to 1.5 seconds, I guess. So with page up, page down, you can scroll through the time 1 frame at a time. So page down goes right, page up goes left. It's fairly easy once you understand how it works. We're going to edit the mask path from this point up until 3 seconds. It's a slower reveal than the other one, but that's exactly what we want. We want it to be a little more interesting. No, let's not do a reveal. Never mind. We're going to do it completely differently. Because this is the top layer, we can actually do something funny with it, which is what we want, of course. Just hit the P for position and go stand at your end position. So in this case, 3 seconds. Just hit the position thingy and go back to where you want the reveal to start, which is 1.5 seconds. As I said, use page up, page down if you're not sure, well, if you can't get to the right point. Then we're going to just go upwards. So what it looks like now is it looks like it's falling into place. It's really slow now, but yeah, I fixed it a little bit during what you hopefully didn't notice was a break. But I had to fix that that issue that I had with the low FPS, because that results in really crappy videos. So it's going to drop in. It's not very interesting, so let's make it somewhat more interesting. We're going to once again go to the 3 second mark, hit R for rotation, set a keyframe. Make sure that you always set that keyframe, because you don't want it to mess up your end composition. So this rotation is going to be 180 degrees, and we're going to, oh yeah, this is what happens if you mess it up. Okay, to explain this, it's rotating around this point, which is the anchor point. If you want to prevent that, just hit A and just select or make your anchor point go to the middle of this this letter before you do anything. So we have to go to 3 seconds, and then we're going to have to position it correctly. The problem with moving the anchor point is that it will move the entire layer basically. So as you will see here, I want to match it up with the anchor point that is right here. You only need to do this, by the way, if you're rotating, so you don't have to line up every single thing with the anchor point. This is about correct. And now you can see that it will mess up the entire layer because now the A is over there. So what we need to do now is turn off our background and just move this whole layer back into position. So hit P and then just go to the original position. You can also drag it, of course, but well, it works both ways. So I'm going to go with the original here, not with the one that I already kind of made, because the original is always right, even if I made a mistake. So yeah, you can see that the position I used here is not the same as I had, because now it's moving this way. So just delete the old one and just go from here, move it upwards again, because I didn't know I was going to add a rotation. That's why this happened. That's why you need some planning beforehand normally. But yeah, it's all good. So we're going to go to 115. You can just see where the problems lie every now and then. So you can move it further up if you want it to move faster. You can also make it go into like a squiggly motion, something like that. Let's do that a little bit. No, the position is fine. We just want the line that it follows to be different, and you can see that it's now going like that. And this way it's a little more interesting when it comes down. So yeah, it's going to reveal just about at the same time as the other one, and we will see that right here. So there you go. The first one is still doing things when the second one is already in place. You can also add stuff to this one if you want to. For now, I'm not going to do that. Perhaps later. Even though this is only one layer, I can pre-compose this just so I get the consistency here, which is what I'm going to do. It also makes that adding on more things means that I don't have to do anything in this composition. I can just go to the A, so to the 2A composition, and add things there. So we're going to turn them both off. Go to letter number 3. No, I'm going to leave them on for now. Also because I want to see the colors that I've used. So I've used this one and this one next to each other, which means that our next layer, which is going to be new solid, is going to be, let's say, this color. Now I can turn them on, off, sorry. I can go to my white solid. Yeah, this is very hard to see, I realize that. Let's in fact turn this off so I can select this one. And this is going to be mask 3. Most of them are in order. It's just that, yeah, some of them, like this little triangle, I added later, which is kind of stupid. You shouldn't do that. But that's the way it goes if you're making things. You can plan it all ahead, but yeah. Anyway, copy, go to your original layer, or the one that you wanted to use. Paste, and there you go. Turn off the color composition thingy, combination, I guess. So what do we want to do with this one? This one may actually just zoom in. We have several different effects that we can use. This one is going to be scaled. It's going to come in at 3.5 seconds, or yeah, I'm going to make it later for a few of them and then go earlier again with the ones that are behind it. So 315, 315. Hit S for scale and R for rotation. Set both of them with a keyframe, then hit U, and then both of them show up. So this one is going to be zooming in for 1 second exactly. There you go. Set 2 more keyframes, I guess, or just type in the values. You don't have to set separate keyframes. 180, which means that it's going to rotate the exact opposite way of the other one. And actually here, even though this now starts at the point, because zoom and rotate actually use that point, I kind of like it. I don't know what it's going to look like in the final composition, but because it has more movement to it, I kind of like it. So I'm going to leave it there, even though that was not what I intended to do. But yeah, I can do exactly the same thing, which is line up the anchor point and just do it like this. Anchor point is going to be the anchor point is going to be over there and then over there, and then just position the entire layer to where it was supposed to go. Oh, why doesn't it want to me? Oh, well. Here, I'm just going to roughly place it. I'm going to turn it back to what it was, but here you can see the same effect, the effect that I actually wanted to make. And the other one, I think it's way more fun. So yeah, I'm just going to put it back to where it was. Let's see, anchor points. Yeah, it's now all good again. And hopefully it will actually be the right position. Yes, it is. So, once again, layer, pre-compose, and this is 3M. So, on to letter number 4, which should be mask number 4. And indeed it is. It is an I, so it's not really that interesting. Yeah, I'm already copying it, then I'm setting my solid. And I don't have a color, so just going to have to do it again. Layer, new, solid. Select a color. We just use this one, so we can actually go back to what the A was or the J. It doesn't really matter too much. I'm going to take another color just for the fun of it. So Control V, because I already copied it, and I'm going to turn off the M. So what's this one going to do? Let's make him jump in over here. So I'm currently using all half seconds. You don't have to. You can also just start at 0 with all of them and then just move them around in the final composition. I just want to see the effect every now and then that it has on, well, things nearby. What are we going to do with this? We're going to, first of all, go to M, which is mask path. In this, well, it's masks, but it also selects the mask path. We're going to edit the mask path for this one. Make it into more of a morph when it comes in. So let's just say this starts at 1, just like the A. Because they're just like the J, sorry. Just because they're far apart, it will actually look like more is happening at the same time. Well, more is happening at the same time, but if you put them right next to each other, you won't notice that as much. And we're going to, with our mask path, of course, already animated, we're going to select these top 2 and just drag them down. And I'm going to take this one on its own. Yep, there we go. And put it over here. And that way it looks like this. It kind of looks like it's like in a 3D layer, moving upwards. It's not a great effect, I agree with that, but it will look okay-ish. Look, it's kind of a forced perspective here. So yeah, it comes in, it does its thing, and it just moves away. So yeah, once again, creating this into pre-compose, and yes, we're going to have a lot of these compositions now, but it should be no problem. Don't forget to save every now and then, because you don't want this to get lost in a crash, because it's a lot of work once again. So new solid, and this one is going to be, can't use the background color, but I guess we can use the one color that's remaining, which I believe is this one. Yeah, let's assume it's that one for now. Okay, turning this off, and then going to mask number 5, which is the E, as you can see. Well, I don't know if you can see that, but it lit up all the points, and that's why I know it's that one. So, copy paste, Control-C, Control-V, but you should know that even without doing After Effects. So we're going to go to 4 seconds for this one. Since this one, so the eye that's right in front of this, is coming in so early, it's actually really nice if this one comes in very late, because it just makes it more interesting, and that's what we're looking for, the more interesting way to do stuff. Let's make it into more of an animation like the way you expect these things to work. Yeah, we're going to make a new mask. No, just simple clicking will suffice. I'm going to make a square. Well, it's not a square, but it's going to be a square. I'm going to shape, reset to rectangle. And all I need to do is make sure that it's big enough for now. Subtract. So same deal that I had before. It will subtract from the mask that's above it. And we're going to reveal in that way. So edit the enable the editing of the mask path, the thing over time, the stopwatch basically. Yeah, so in the end it's going to be revealed entirely, and then earlier on, let's say I can actually do this much later. Let's say this is 5 seconds. Let's say this is 3 seconds. No, we're going to go to 4 first. Yeah, 4:10. Okay, let's pick 4:10. Make it a little bit of a faster movement. Yeah, page up, page down, so much easier. Select the 2 first ones and select up until you reach this point. Then we're going to add a new mask. So select the pen tool and select 4 points in the top part. Make sure you're far enough away from your E. Set it to subtract once again and set it to reset the rectangle. So this one is going to be ending at 4 seconds. So 4 seconds, edit mask path, well the stopwatch for mask path. Then we're going to go to the selection tool, select these 2, and then, oh hang on, we need to be at like 3:15, let's say. And we're going to drag these down all the way so that nothing gets revealed. So what happens now is we have a little bit of a pause in between the 2. So the first part will be revealed, then we have a little bit of a pause, and then the second part will be revealed. You can of course make this, for example, the second one. So the second mask that I made, or well, the second one that actually activates, which is the first one I made. You can make that into a more interesting thing. So if you, for example, okay, I envisioned it like this just now. just give me blue on every mask. Blue seemed to work fine. So we're going to put these over here, make it a nice angle, and then oh yeah, I need to of course be in the right spot to do that. There you go. And then what happens is the reveal will happen differently, so it will be a cross line. Of course it's better if you do it like this. Hang on. Yeah, we need to be at the first point for this. We're going to select this one and keep it in the same place for a little while. Maybe even... yeah, no, what I wanted to do now was make it into a different shape here, but then it also covers this part, and we don't want that. We want this to be revealed and then the other part to be revealed. So yeah, we can actually keep this in place for a few frames, let's say until the top part is here. We want this to be over here. So this way this bottom particle will actually stay hidden, and then it will be revealed. Makes it a little bit more interesting, and you will see that if I deselect everything. Now you can see it a little bit better. Here it wipes a little bit differently. And all of these little things are going to help you just make it a more interesting thing. So you can also feather it a little bit, because as you might have noticed here, the pixels are kind of sharp, which is this mask. So if you feather that for, let's say, 3 pixels, and then you will see that the pixels are not as sharp anymore, and it will still work perfectly. Okay, let's assume this is the E done, and just go on to the next one. So once again, layer, pre-compose, and this is what, 5? Yeah. Okay, there you go. I can now put it with the others, make a new layer, have my color chart up. Yeah, let's make a new layer, new solid. All of them have to be solids because, well, it's just the way it is with these mask things. Making a shape layer makes no sense, it only makes it more difficult. Let's take the green one, I guess. It's the apostrophe. It's not a big sign. This is going to be 6, I believe. Yeah, we're at 6. So Control C, Control V. It's easy by now, right? We're going to edit this as well. This one's going to fly in all across the screen. Why not? And it's going to do so at about 6 seconds. So 6 seconds, hit the P for position, make a stopwatch, and then just go to, I don't know, 3 seconds. Hit the, well, don't hit the stopwatch, you don't need to. You can just drag around the entire thing. Oh, it's not the right thing. You can drag around the apostrophe in total. I'm just going to do it like this. And now I can grab the position, I guess. And we're going to put it over here somewhere. Then edit the way it comes in. And the way it lands. You can make it as extravagant as you want. Keep in mind that because we didn't line it up with the point first, it may actually mess up where it ends up because it's above this this point, actually to the top right of this point. So here you have to take care that it doesn't disappear off of the screen like I just did. So this is the furthest. Let's bring it back a little. Oh. Yeah, that's what you get for misclicking. So don't misclick. You can, of course, make it fly off screen if you want that. Here, the top part is now going to fly off screen. That's fine. I just want it to be on screen for the most part. Yeah, this looks fine. Let's add a little bit of rotation. The rotation is going to be around the, well, this point, so it's going to look weird, but it might also look cool, like it did last time. So go to, I guess, the last part, which is 6 seconds, and add the rotation thingy. Then go to the first part, which is 3 seconds in this case, and add a minus to the rotation, or a plus, whatever you want. Let's say we want this to be a 1 rotation. So it's going to rotate 360 degrees. As I said, it's going to look kind of weird because yeah, it's too much rotation. So yeah, if you want rotation, either get it to, well, no, not either, just get it to the anchor point so you have more control over it. I don't want rotation in this case. Seems this should be enough. Maybe I can, okay, maybe I can do a little bit of rotation, but just not as much. Like, it's just too much. It just looks very bad. So if we added, like, let's say 3 degrees in the beginning and then go to like 1 second later, go to -3, and then go to this one. 5 seconds. So let's say we want 3 here again, and then it will be 0 at the end. It may actually look a little bit more playful because it doesn't travel at the same time at all times. It's a very slight thing to notice, but yeah, well, as I said, if you wanted to rotate like 20 times, that's fine too, but just line it up with the thingy. We will do that for one of the next letters, I guess. It's a cool effect, so why not? Okay, layer precompose. This is 6, and then apostrophe. Can we do that? Does it allow us to call it that? Yes, apparently it does. So then the S is going to be layer number 7. Control C. And let's add a new layer. Wow, so many layers. Solid. We're going to make this into, yeah, let's just take a color we've already used recently, just to mix it up a little bit. Then hit Control V, obviously, and that one is over there. So let's first of all line it up with the anchor points, because I want the anchor point to be lined up for once, and that way I can do some actual effects the way I want them and not the way they just turn out because I messed up the anchor point. Anyway, this seems to be good enough, whatever. Precision, that's what I was looking for. Whoa. Okay, select the one layer, I guess. We can also select all layers, hit P again to turn it all off. Select the layer before you hit P for position, because otherwise you get what I just got. And that is just messy. So now we put it to the right spot again. There we are. It should be over here somewhere, and then to the right. Okay, yeah, it's good enough. You won't notice it anyway. There's too much going on. So, with all of this position, now we can actually rotate and scale and do things the way that they're supposed to be done. We can also morph it from like a blob and then like make it come in. Well, let's do that. So let's say we do this at 5 seconds. I don't know where, no, 4 seconds. Okay, at 4 seconds, this one is going to be at exactly this position, this scale, this rotation, and the mask path is going to be exactly like this. So now we hit U again, I guess, and we can see everything that we edited or that we just selected. So that's mask path, position, scale, and rotation. And then for 2.5 seconds. So 2.5 seconds, we're going to do things to this. I guess we can turn them all off. If I don't use them, I don't have to have a point there. And I can in fact turn off the other point. So we're going to just put all these points to different positions. I can't see it once again. Come on. Just give me this blue. So yeah, lots of points to work with. We're going to turn it into a nice blob shape. I'm just sketching it out here. Just trying to line them all up to not mess up the path too much. Well, basically to not have them cross over each other, because that normally looks weird. Okay, so you can do this in various numbers of ways. First of all, we're going to turn off all of the, just select mask path, it's way easier. We're going to turn off all of these things. Why didn't it select all of them? Come on, that's all of them. Just turn off all of the handles, and then if you turn them back on, they will give you random, well, not completely random, but different numbers. So now it's an actual blob, and if you look now, this now forms into an S without crossing over itself, which is exactly the way I wanted that to be. So I also want it to be a little bit bigger, I guess, because, well, bigger is cooler. That's not a little bit bigger, that's a lot bigger. The position, let's see if we can actually, oh, that's the scale. The position, we're going to put it over here somewhere. Since it's underneath all of these layers that are still to come, it is going to kind of morph from there. And there you can see it morph, 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 turn into an S. So yeah, almost done. I guess we can do some rotation as well. It just makes the morph look a little more interesting. Minus 360. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the halfway point, which is just about here. It's actually here. Oh no, it's actually not, but yeah, we're going to go somewhere in the middle. We're going to set a manual point and then drag it forward in time. So that here, once the S starts to form, it still has to rotate quite a lot. And then the last part is going to just swing into place. You have a little more interesting thing to go on. You can of course do that with the others as well. Let's say with the position, or the position can be, yeah, we're going to edit that a little bit. Oh, selection tool, because otherwise you can't do this. And now we're going to go over here and make it go a little bit over there. So don't move the begin and the end part, but for the rest you can do what you want. So let's see, it now moves like this and then comes in. Yeah, this last part looks a little bit weird. Let's make this go over here. I guess it can go off screen for a bit. That's fine. So it's not entirely off screen. It's still a little bit is still on screen. And we're just going to go with that. So now with the position being edited or having been edited, we can do the scale. We can keep it, for example, at a big scale for a while. So set a point and then just drag the point forward. This way it's big, 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 and then all of a sudden it scales the way it should. So basically making these things requires you to make the back point first so that you don't mess it up, and then you can do whatever you want in the front part. So for example, I could also, because now everything starts at the same point and we don't want that, so let's make the things actually move around a little bit. So now it's going to first scale a little bit. You won't even be able to see it too much. And then it's going to move, and then it's going to rotate, and yeah, you can see what's happening. So yeah, you can do it like that as well. Just keep the last ones intact. You can drag them forward or backward, but just keep the thing intact. Because if you actually, for example, drag this one to here, then yeah, once it comes into place, it will still morph. So this is your final position. Let's say you wanted it like this. Like it comes in, it finds its right position, right rotation, but it's not done yet. So yeah, it's going to morph in the rest. And maybe you want to scale as well. Like add in some scale so that it's trying to find its way to its position where it belongs. Yeah, it's all good. So this is way more scattered than we've done so far. But yeah, you can do whatever you want with it. And that's the beauty of these kind of animations. You can make what you envision it to look like. So pre-compose, this is layer 7, and it's called S. So yeah, looks good. Looks good. Looks interesting. So the first sentence has been done, and on to the next one. If you want, of course, you can select all these and pre-compose that, make it into a composition called first sentence, and then everything is out of the way. All you have left is one line which says first sentence, which is excellent if you want that. Anyhow, I don't really care too much about it. If it's getting in my way, I will do that, because I want things to be simple, yet still editable. Otherwise, I would be working in Photoshop. New solid once again. And then let's make it dark blue. Well, it's not actually dark, but yeah. Where is our letter thingy? We are currently at mask number. Hang on, let me first select all of them, then switch them all off. And this way I kind of have more masks to see. This is that one, so it is going to be the next one, I'm guessing. Yeah, so it is this one. You can see if you click it that it actually lights up a little bit. So just Control C, go to your original, Control V, and we're going from there. So the last M, I don't know what we did with that, in fact, so let's turn it on, and this is where your layers come in handy. Turn this off. Let's see what we did with that. Oh, it actually came just running in there. Ooh. Okay, that means that we have, well, several other ways to deal with this. We can do it in the same way as the J, for example. We can just make it come in bit by bit. We can also do it in, like, in the middle first and then go outwards on both sides. That's the way I used it in my reveal tutorial. For now, I don't really know. We can also make it just scale and do the the thing I originally wanted with my M. But then we have to position the point again, blah blah blah, it's too much work. Let's just edit the mask path, hit M, or mask path, well for mask. And we're going to set this mask path to 4 seconds. I don't know, it may actually get really crowded around this time. 5 seconds, I guess. So yeah, at 5 seconds it is the way it is now, and then at... yeah, that's really slow. 3 seconds it is going to be a different shape. By the way, keep in mind that we didn't turn off the blob. I still need to do that. So I will need to do that here as well. You need to make sure that that these things, so these morphs, are actually invisible before anything happens. But we'll do that in the end, I guess. Just make it completely unrecognizable. And then it will morph back into an M. Yeah, it's not the greatest, but it'll do. Let's make it better. We can make it better. You can, in fact, also just turn it into more of a rounded shape. That makes the thing just more, well, just better. There's really nothing else to say about it. Select all of them, just hit that, and you will have all kinds of different things to do with them. Yeah, I don't want to move the entire position, although we could. But I want this one to stay in place for a while. Well, for the entire thing. Just maybe put this over here. Get bigger. Yeah, I don't want them to overlap, but I already said that, because it looks weird and it can get you into the iffy territory vision-wise. So yeah, this definitely doesn't look like an M. So let's see what the animation looks like. Yeah, here you can see a crossover. So here, this just looks terrible. We can fix that by just putting this over here. That means that everything will look differently. Put it a little bit too far. Which one actually crossed over? Yeah, it's that same one. I need to drag it to the left. And then reverse the sides. Oh, okay. The handles are really, really small on this one. So we can make them bigger. Just so now it won't cross over itself. Oh, it will still. Okay, excellent. Now it won't. A little bit, still a little bit. Okay, let's edit this point, which is the other problem point. Just put it over here. Make it have this shape. Like this. And this one seems to be a little bit too sharp for my taste. Also this one. Just go over here already. I just hate these crossovers. So if you don't mind them, then yeah, just leave them. It's not like they're bad or anything like that, but sometimes they just look really weird, and I want to prevent them as much as possible. So yeah, this now seems to be fine. You can of course make it as complicated as you want to, because you can add the time at multiple frames. So currently I have 2 frames edited before the end position, this one and this one. But this is only the start position, this is only an intermediate position. You can of course do like 5 intermediate positions where it just morphs and morphs and morphs in different shapes until finally resting in the M shape. Which is fine, which is actually really cool, but yeah, I just wanted to show how it works and how you can edit it, and that's all. So make it what you want, not what I tell you to make, because that's not what these tutorials are for. These tutorials are meant as a guideline of what you could make. And then we finally arrive at my first O. I've been looking forward to the O's, because O's are cute. First, pre-compose this one. Pre-compose 8M. Okay, so that should be good. Morph, morph, morph. Color combinations. Turn that on. Make a new layer. Make it into... I'm trying to remember what colors I used in the one above. I think I used this one and this one. Yeah, I'm still going to use this. Oh, is this the one that I just used? Because that would not be good. No, it's not. I used the darker one. Okay. Let's go to our masks and find ourselves an O. Number 10 and 9. Yeah, you can see they were reversed. That's because I first drew the middle one and then the outer one. They need to be reversed because this is a subtract mask. This is an edited mask. And that way we can make the circle and then cut out the middle part. Yeah, so this one has 2 masks, which means that well, if we wanted to edit the mask, we would have to edit both masks. We're not going to though. We're going to say, okay, A for anchor point. Put the anchor point in the middle, just right there. And yeah, there are tools to do this automatically. I don't have one. You can download them. But yeah, it's it makes it easier to line them out. But yeah, it's like 2 seconds work, so I'm not going to be too bothered with it. Especially because, well, I don't know who programmed the tools, so I don't know how good they are, and well, things like that. I don't know. Anyhow, position-wise, we are going to go into well, just the left side, I guess. Well, first of all, we're going to set a position keyframe. So while this one, the M is going on, let's not do anything. So we're going to start at 5 and then just go to the right. And so this one is going to come in at 4 seconds. Hopefully that is good enough. We're going to go all the way to the left until we are outside of the screen. There you go. So it's going to come in from the left and yeah, cross over the M when it's already done. Don't want to block that. And it's going to end up where it is now. That's not really that tricky though. What we're going to do to it is we're going to take a circular radial thingy, wipe, I think it's called. Wow, can't type all of a sudden. Radial wipe, we're going to put that on here and we are going to wipe it for a percentage. Let's say, hang on, where are you? Oh, there it is. Apparently it's not lined up. So yeah, we need to line it up. So line it up with the middle points, and hopefully that will drag it with it. Yes, it is. So we're going to put that radial wipe thingy to a large percent. As was this? This is a small percentage, right? Yeah. So small percentage. And not only that, we're going to duplicate this layer. So Control D, actually remove the radial wipe from the second one. Well, actually from the bottom one. Being stupid here. And just go to Layer, Solid Settings, and pick a new color. This one. So that way, this will show up as a different color. Of course, we can do that again. Just make this one, or duplicate the top one, the one with the radial wipe on it, and make the one that's now on top have a little bit of a larger number. Like, let's say 14%. Don't make it 12% like the double of the other one. I'm going to make it even bigger, because that would look weird. We're going to turn this one, so the second one, into a different color now. I hope you understand where I'm going with this, but now you have two of those blocks. And then we can actually just duplicate the top one, make it into, let's say, 80%, turn the color, so Layer, Solid Settings, make the color into the dark one. And instead of putting it right here, we can actually just turn it around a little bit. So that looks like this. So now we have a more interesting shape, color-wise, that is. I'll show you what it looks like if you deselect everything. So it now looks a little more interesting than just one color. It actually lands in the wrong position, I just noticed. That is because we didn't line it out. Yeah, it's not a problem. Just select everything that we have so far from the O. Layer, pre-compose. You know this by now. It should be called 9O. And then go to the end position. Hit P for position. Turn off your background layer and just put it in the right position, because, well, oh, I didn't edit that, I edited this only. That seems about right. Yep, that seems about right. So, yeah, you can turn on the background layer after you positioned it, and now you will see that everything has been moved. So all of the points have been moved automatically. We're not done yet, so yeah, just keep with it. Hit R for rotation, and we're going to rotate. Well, first of all, we're going to set the last frame, which is 7 seconds. We're going to set the rotation there to 0, well, to the rotation we already had, which is in this case 0. So at 4 seconds, yeah, we can't see it here, but yeah, I'll have to estimate something. I don't know. Let's make it 360 for now. It's not enough, I guess, but oh, why is it not lined up? I lined it up perfectly. I guess we'll have to do the anchor point thing first. Line it up with the anchor points. So yeah, now rotation should look fine. It's still a little bit wobbly, as you can see. This is where it would be useful to have a tool, I guess. But yeah, it's also kind of charming, I guess. Not really, but yeah. 0, 0. Anchor points. Let's see where you are. Let's see where the problem lies. I think it needs to be a little bit up. Like this maybe. No, R, rotation. Oh, already had that. Yeah. Does it actually move? Yeah, it moves compared to the anchor point. Okay, this is not very useful. So what we're going to do is we're going to the composition that we just made. Select all the layers, hit U, and turn off all the position keyframes. First of all, go to the end position because that's what we lined up. Then we're going to turn off all of the stopwatches. Just click one, drag down, and it will turn off everything. You can just close this. It will keep being there. It's just not visible that way. And now it won't move. The position should now be reset to 640, I guess. Okay. Anchor point should be to 640, 360. And that will put it right back in the middle. And now it should be exactly in the middle because of the way this works, hopefully. It's not entirely the middle. Well, I guess it's not entirely round. It's not 100% round because I made it myself. So I made it with a mask, which is not the best way to do that. The best way to do it is, of course, with a circle. So you just draw an ellipse and then you draw a second ellipse and then you subtract the second ellipse from the first one or the first from the second, depending on what you're doing. But yeah, it'll do fine for now. So 360, let's see if that rotates the right way. Nope, it has to be minus 360. So -1. And then position wise, let us see what we can do. Position wise, it has to be in the right spot at 7. And it has to be in the wrong spot at, what did we say, 4? I think we said 4. Yeah, that is the wrong spot. Let's be at minus something. Minus 90. Okay, cool. Let's hit the rotation. Oh, just hit the U so you get both. Drag this one to 4 as well. And this way it comes in, and hopefully it rotates just about the right amount to make it seem like it's actually rolling in. Yeah, it seems to do that perfectly. So yeah. So it's rolling into place. Now all we need to do is actually position it so that it lands on the right spot. Because it seems I overdid it a little bit on the position there. So the position is going to have to be edited to match up with this O. And let's turn off. No, I don't need to turn that off. I can pretty much see where I'm going. So yeah, this should be fine. So now it's rolling in. It's probably a little bit too fast now. We won't notice that. So yeah, this one's rotating in. As I said, it's a little bit more interesting color-wise. You can, of course, do that with every single layer. We might actually do a couple before the end. Yeah, you can give every single one of them multiple colors by just copying the layer. Oh, let me show you with one. Yeah, the M is already visible, so let's just open the M. And I don't know why it always does this. It always does this. Now the masks are actually vanished. And I don't understand why that is. Does this one have the masks? Yeah, it does. Okay. Let's just copy paste the mask in here. Does this one now have the morph in it? Yes, it does. So now this one can be just, yeah, unedited basically. Because now it has a double morph, I think. Yeah, it does. You can see that the color behind it is actually morphing now. Such a hassle. Let's see what happens if I just turn it off. Let's see what happens if because that didn't work, if I just remove the entire mask. Remove. Okay, this seems right. This is a little bit late, but yeah. We can of course just move that forward later or now. So what we want is we want the color to be a little more interesting for this one. So just take the mask, or no, the entire layer, sorry. Just duplicate it, make it into something of a different color. I don't have my colors here. That is annoying. Where is my project file? There it is. So with the color selected, I should be able to select from here. So layer, hello, layer, solid settings. Just select another color, hit OK, and now you can see that it all changed. So we're going to go to well, we don't have to go to mask. We just grab the pen tool. We're going to plop in some lines. There you go. And then we're going to say masks intersect and intersect. I don't know how the intersect mask works, but that's how it works apparently. And now the overall shape looks like this. We can of course do another mask, and we can do another layer. So duplicate, yeah, not this one. That would be stupid. Duplicate this one. And we're going to add a different color once again. Solid settings. Grab this color. Keep in mind that one of the colors is actually the background. We're going to hit mask. And we're going to just say, okay, this one is going to be looking like this. And it is going to be intersect. Oh, it's already working. So you only have to set intersect on the bottom one apparently. Yeah, it doesn't really matter whether you set them on just the bottom one or on both. So now it looks like this, and it becomes a little more of an interesting shape. You can of course see that it doesn't morph with the shape. That's because, well, it's a stationary form. But you can say, like, okay, this is my shape. I can morph this with the time, because this is just a different mask. It doesn't mean anything. So we can just put on these things on our mask, or on our new mask. And then it will morph with the mask, hopefully. Let's see if we can fix this. Everything now intersects. Yeah, that's excellent. That's not the way I intended that. Okay, so you will have to do this manually apparently. Edit the mask path. Oh, on the final thing you need to set it as well. Then here, so let's see where these points actually go. So this one is going, oh, ew. This one is going up, or should be going up. Blue. Actually, blue is not a great color here either. That one was going up, and this one is kind of down here. So we can just keep it like that. And then for the rest, it is going to be all the way down there. Let's just make it into something interesting. It doesn't have to be exactly the way it morphs, but yeah, just make it into something so that the color also changes over time. Just somewhat more of a playful thing. You can do it. Come on, I know you can. Yeah, okay. So it's morphing, and then the color is morphing with it, and it's just coming in. Yeah, whatever. We can do the same with the white one, because it looks kind of weird to just sit there and do nothing. It has to do at least something, because, well, that's the way it goes. It has to move. Set the end position, then go to the, I guess, the front position. It doesn't really matter where you edit it. Why is this at 708? Nah. Weird. So yeah, just set it to something that you like and where you can enjoy what it actually does or what you intended it to do. Just get into a nice shape so that it actually morphs with the entire morphing form into this. I'd like these handles to be a little bit larger here, so that it's a little bit rounder, like the round shapes, in case you couldn't tell from the amount of rounding off I normally do. This one's probably not even going to show, but whatever. I know it's there, so to me it's important. So yeah, let's see. So this one just morphs and then morphs again. Yeah. Okay, cool. So now that we've made that, we can close this, and it will automatically be in our final thing. So you can see it that it actually morphs with the entire thing, just like we made it just now. Cool, right? So yeah, you can do all those kinds of details. It will take a long time, but it will make your animation a lot better, and that's the only thing you should care about. I mean, the time, yeah, sure. If it's a lot of work, then yeah, you might not want to do it. By the way, this shape, this M shape, is now already on there even before it starts morphing. So here it's just sitting there, and then it starts morphing right here somewhere. So you might want to adjust that. Well, we're going to do that later on, but I'll show you one just in case you don't want to watch this any further, which I can totally understand, because this is going very long. So just before this, just go one page up, which is one frame forward, and then just select all your layers. Hit Ctrl-Shift-D or split layer, then just delete everything in front of this, including the background. You can also just drag it to the point where you want it. It's the same thing. Yeah, okay, so now it doesn't exist, then it comes in and it starts morphing immediately. Okay, alternatively, which I like a little bit more, but you can just hit all of them, hit T for transparency or opacity, however you want to see that. Hit the stopwatch. We'll hit all three stopwatches and just go a few frames forward. We did this at 07, so let's go to this and just set it to 0. And then at the same time you can also hit the scale. So set the scale. Oh, that's not very smart. No, I don't know where I ended. So yeah, here apparently. One frame up. And then, yeah, I'm going to hit SS again. The scale should be 100% here, so just hit all of those buttons. And then here at the 24, it's going to be, well, either 0 or at least very small. And then hopefully this will look okay. So yeah, that comes from the center because we didn't line it up with the thingy. Which, if you don't like that, just, yeah, I don't like it, so I'm just going to delete that. Didn't like the effect. Don't want to change everything. I think the zoom in here, the opacity change, kind of is good enough. So yeah, I'm going to keep it like that. And that way, in our original composition, if we turn off this, it isn't there when the O starts rolling in. I, in fact, want to do that differently, but it would be better if it came from somewhere, by the way. So let's see if we can actually make it come from somewhere. Let's say we want the M, and we want to scale that, but only in Y. So turn off this, turn this to 0. Well, only at the right spot, of course. So find the spot where it comes in, or where it starts morphing, I mean. That's this one. You can see a little bit of a movement already. Hit the scale. Let's go forward to where it actually starts coming in. That will be 24. Yeah. So yeah, I actually found it without looking at the number, but I just realized, yeah, that's 24. And just squash it completely. Just set it to 0. And that way you can actually say, well, it just comes out of the floor or something like that. So yeah, you can do with it what you want. It's great if things come in from somewhere. So if it appears that, for example, it came from the O, that would be excellent. But in this case, I'm not going to make that. I think it looks fine. On to the T then. I already pre-composed this one. So T, let's find a new layer, new solid. It is going to be which color? This one. Control S for saving, because I hadn't saved in a while and I really don't want to lose stuff here. Yeah, not that this program has ever crashed for me, but still, you never know. Control C, once we found the correct one. Control V, and there's your T. So let's first of all pimp it up a little. We're going to Control D this one, which is duplicate, of course, and we're going to say the new color. Come on, solid settings. Oh, kind of lost track there. New color is going to be over here. Then we're going to hit a new mask. Pen tool. Let's just say should be like this. And it should be a little bit more interesting. I want sharp lines, so like straight lines, but I don't want it to be parallel. So also want to just cut over this little edge just to make it a little more interesting. Yeah, then just go to the mask, hit M, and set the bottom one to intersect. We just learned that you only need to turn the bottom one to make it. So yeah, that's good enough. We can of course do another one. I don't know if I can add that on to this one straight away. Oh no, need a different color. Never mind. Yeah, copy your original T, or duplicate rather. Control D. Then add another, like, I don't know, something like this. Change the color. Solid settings. Change the color to that. And hit the M for masks. and set it to not add, but intersect. There you go. You can of course edit the masks afterwards if you're not really satisfied. You can do it like this. No, I don't like that. This is best. So yeah, this is what I want it to look like. If you have a different opinion, which you should, then yeah, just make it into something different. So I'm just going to close all of them. In this case by hitting U, because nothing has been edited on them. I'm going to pre-compose this. Not pre-render, pre-compose. And that is going to be 10T. So 10T, what are we going to do with you? I don't know. I'm running out of things to do here. Okay, let's just first of all set the anchor points to the right position, so that if we want to, we can do something interesting with it. Okay, let's not set it to the right position, let's set it to that. That would actually be interesting, because we could actually do something cute with it. Okay, turn off your background layer, hit the P for position, and just center it where you want it. So once again, just overlapping the original letter. I don't know if it should be here or one to the right. Yeah, that seems right. Okay, so R for rotation, and when this one isn't up yet, we're going to, so once this one comes in, it's going to hit the T, push it over, I guess. You can of course make interactions between your letters. I'm going to try to make one now. So this one comes in, it rolls in, it's going to hit the T, knock it over, and then it's going to get back on there. It also means that the O needs to move a little further. So the position here needs to change into, so this is the end position then. But it means that the position at 9 needs to be to the right, hitting this guy. And then the rotation at this point needs to reverse. So the rotation at the end, let's see where the end is. It was here. No, it's still moving. Come on. So it's moving, and then it moves backwards for some reason. Oh, I know what it is. Select position, take your convert vertex tool. Just, it's so messy. Sometimes it does that automatically. And now we can see where it ends the move. So yeah, this one needs to be rotating that way a little bit, because, well, that's what it's doing. Let's see what the original value is here. So the original value is minus 27.7, which means that this one should be, you guessed it, minus 27.7. Well, I can make it 28, I guess. So this way, it will bump into the T and then roll back, only to end in its correct position. So yeah, the T. Let's first make it do something to get into place before it gets knocked over. So then at this position, it should be already in place. So let's make sure that at 6, for example, it is in place. So at 6 we have rotation, position, and what else can we do? No, rotation and position is enough, I think, to do with it. Hit U while selecting your layer. Then we have all of the things that we want to. So then at this moment it will get knocked over. So up until this point it will still be in the same position. So hit the keyframes. And then from here on out it's going to move over. This is the maximum position for the O. You can see that here as well. So we're going to adjust the T so that it's like touching the O but not encroaching on it. And it's just going to fall over, so the position actually doesn't matter. So at this point it's just going to fall over. Let's make it into this, and this is why I wanted to set the anchor point here, because now it rotates around the point where you would expect it to end up. Now we can actually make the other O actually knock it back into place, for example, or the I. If we let the I come from the bottom, it can knock the T back, something like that. So currently it looks like this. It knocks the T over, T will fall down, and we can either let it lie there and then knock it back up with something else, or we can make it bounce off of the ground and come back to where it was. I think it would be cool to let the I knock it back into place. The I is going to rise from the bottom, maybe the same as the other I did, so push it upwards, and the T will be like wobble, 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 wobble. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Let's first make a layer for the I. So solid. I have most colors on screen, so let's make it this color. And let's grab the I from our... I can't see anything. Okay, I'm done with this now. So we're going to change all the layer colors into nice purple. There you go. That's the way we want that. We're at around 11, so maybe 12. Yeah, it is in fact 12. So yeah, that's selected. Control C, Control V. Well, when you have your other layer selected. So this one is going to come in afterwards, like well afterwards, so we can actually see it. And it's going to have a position, no, it's mask path. We're going to edit mask path, not position. So let's say that at this point, now we can actually do it way later. Let's drag this back a little, set it to like 11 seconds. That's the correct position. Then here at 9:15 it's going to start upwards. So here we're going to select the two top ones, drag them down. Oh, that's not how you drag them down. This is how you drag them down. Yeah, hopefully that will still work. So yeah, in the beginning it will rise quickly, and then it starts having trouble with the T. So let's say that where we are here is where we should be at the first frame after the move. It's here. So we will see that it rises very quickly, and then it starts pushing the T upwards. So let's make the T move. Come on, T. Move your lazy ass. So the same moment it touches, the T should have the same rotation that it had before. And then the rotation starts changing from here on out. Let's say that this is about the position where it last touches. It's not. This then. Okay, make sure that you either delete the old point or, yeah, this is the last position. Okay, so let's see how this works now. So it pushes up the T, and then once it's kind of lets go. So here let's make him give him an extra push. So instead of being like gentle with the T, it's going to be like, oh, you're so heavy, and then right at the end it's going to give him an extra push, and we're going to do that by moving the frame that is over here. That's not, I don't want rotation, I want to have the I mask path. We're going to move that up a little. So you can see that now it's slow, 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 and then all of a sudden it becomes quicker. We want that to be even quicker, to be honest. So it's having trouble with the T. So yeah, we have to select a point where it is like about to just push the T on its own position, like get out of here. And it's going to be this position, and that is going to be just before, well, it shouldn't be one frame, but yeah, you can see that it now disconnects here. That's because we changed the speed. So in here it's going to just push it away, just say get out of here. Let's do it again. So I moved the position forward a little bit because it looked weird. Once again, push it forward, and then just, yeah, this should be good enough. Now we can get the T to do its own thing. And there you can see what it's doing for the last part. Actually, do want to have one more correction. This was about 10 seconds. I want one more correction because once it's rid of the T, it should move at normal speed. So I'm going to set the normal speed again first, and then the 10-second thing is going to be dragged forward so that it pushes it out. Currently at this position, which is really early, but yeah, okay. It pushes and then it expands normally. So now let's match the T with the actual movement. So this one is already matched up. Yeah, and this one should be matched up. So the T needs to be rotated downwards. Where's my T? Here it is. And then at the last position, it should be at, well, here. And hopefully that will fit. Yeah, actually that works perfectly. So now it looks like this. Push and then shove, and then the T will, you can actually see that it shoves, and then the T will wobble a little bit and then come to rest in its place where it's supposed to be. So first let's find the place where it's supposed to be. That is over here. Those are these keyframes. Rotation, position. Just copy them one by one to our new end position. So that's 11.5. Control C, Control V, it's as easy as that. And that way So this will now result in a very slow movement. Obviously we don't want that. We want similar movement to this speed, but then, well, in a wobbling motion. So first of all, how many frames do we have? We're currently at 1016. Here we are at 1115. So we have 1 second to make this. That's 30 frames, which means that if we do every 5-6 frames, I don't know, it should be fine. Well, we can actually do more. Yeah, every 7 frames should work as well. Maybe even more. I don't know. It's all good. Well, we'll see. So how far we have to wobble, we can see in the graph editor. We can see here the amount of movement per second. Not here apparently, but I know I can turn that on. Yeah, the T rotation, that's the one we want. We want speed, so I don't know how to turn on the speed graph. I kind of forgot. Graph type. Speed graph. There you go. See, I knew I would find it. Yeah, here you can see that the initial push has this amount of, so it has, let's say, minus 160. It actually has 157 degrees per second. And we want to not completely match that, but at least come close. So we're going to just drag this down, I guess, to make sure that this up a little bit, to make sure that we kind of match up. We don't want to be all the way down here. But, oh, yeah, it's kind of messed up now. Okay, I'll fix it by hand, I guess. But yeah, it's a little bit too fast for us, so this one will have to be a little bit more braking. Let's set this to an easy ease keyframe, which is F9, by the way. I can't use F9 because then it pauses the recording, which is not the way we want that. So yeah, just from what I can see, it goes too slow in the beginning. It can just bounce on the O, I guess. Yeah, that would be cool as well. Just rotation, put it over there. It will bounce on the O and then bounce back. Well, that's a little bit too long, of course. We want it to be over here maybe again. I don't know. It's not. Yeah, well, no. This should be an easy ease keyframe because it shouldn't be that far out. It should be maybe this far out, and then it should be the other way. Well, first I calculate like, oh, 7 keyframes, and then I don't even use it. I just do it by feeling. Yeah, let's make another one. Or no, that one. Just a little bit, like 1 degree. Okay, let's see what this looks like. First of all, it gets pushed up. The wobble is fine. The rest, I'm not so sure about. Where's my thing now? Okay, let's see it again. Yeah, there's a little weird thing going on here where it gets pushed and then it smashes into this, but it's not the same speed everywhere. Because up until this point it has high speed, and then it becomes a much lower speed all of a sudden, and that is just weird. It needs to break slowly, and apparently it didn't do that. Yeah, let's change this to an easy in. Hello? Come on. You know you want to. That's just weird. Anyhow. Yeah, the wobble is fine, but the wobble is easy to make. The problem is this speed is so high that I can't really work with the amount of keyframes that I have. It should be quicker, but I don't want a very quick movement. Well, I can actually do it like this, and then it would be fine, I guess. Moving these a little bit like this. Nah, even more. Okay, so now it just bounces up and strikes the O almost immediately. I guess that solves kind of the problem. It's not entirely correct because the first movement is still bigger than the second movement. Just it breaks, and that's kind of weird. Okay, let's turn this into keyframe interpolation linear. Let's just do it like that. That's better. Now it just crosses over that. Maybe I could even delete this one. Because if I can delete that one, then yeah, that's actually not bad. It doesn't cross the T at all. So it's actually good. So yeah, as you can see, now it's a smooth movement because I removed the keyframe that caused this one movement from right to left to have two keyframes. So by taking this one, so the end where it hits the O, and just dragging it all the way over there, I'm ensuring that this movement between this moment and this moment is actually the same speed. And then it hits the O, which is supposed to be a very sharp turn, and then the rest is all easy ease, because we want it to be very smooth, damping out movement. Well, it's cool. So the complete motion then looks like this. We bump into the T falls down, the O moves to its own space, and then a little bit later the I comes in, says, "Get out of here," and just pushes it into place. I think it looks cool. If you don't agree, screw you. No, it's actually your own opinion. Yeah, of course the I is now very boring compared to all the other letters which have very awesome sauce things on them. So let's paint it a little bit. The I is over here, and it means that, well, the easiest way to do this is to just duplicate the layer, and then because we want it to morph with the layer, and I think we can just paste the, or morph with the layer. I'm not actually sure about that though. I just want to try out something. So if it's not going to work out, yeah, that's too bad. I want to try to use the pen tool to create an additional part of the mask that will morph with it. But I don't think you can actually do that. Because I know you can add more points and edit it that way, but I don't think you can actually subtract points and then still hope that the thing will move the way you're thinking it should. Like if I remove this point, yeah. Let's see how this works. Oh, it does. Wow. See, that is so cool. I thought it might work like that, but I kind of more hoped that it would work like that. But that is awesome. So yeah, the way it works now is it removed the points that I removed from the entire thing, but it keeps the motion. So yeah, it will morph with it. You could have used that on the M as well, I guess. That is so cool. Anyhow, let's do that again, but then with another color. Control D for duplicate. Make some new shapes. Let's see what the original one looks like. So like this one. Okay, remove the corner points, so the original points basically. And then change the color of the layer. And yes, I did paint it over the other layers, over the other layer, because I didn't agree with the color, or well, the sharp line basically. No, let's make it the blue color. Blue is actually better. Needs to be over the other one though. There you go. Oh. Yeah, with this done, I think this the morph is not entirely correct, as you might notice, because up until this point there's a little bit of white in between it. Well, it's not actually white, it's very light blue, and then it jumps into position, so we will have to fix that manually, I guess. Let's see. Mask path. And this one, I mean mask path. It seems that I edited on the wrong spot. There you go. No, still doesn't work. Why is it dragging this down or up? Just move this one to here, like a good boy. Or girl. Technically, computer is a girl, I believe. So, yeah, let's move it over here. Let's see how it does now. Just want to prevent there being, yeah, this little gap between them. Oh man, it's just trying to annoy me now. It's just like, yeah, I want to annoy him as much as possible. Get out of here. Stupid white spots. Okay, that's fine. And you can see that you can fix anything as long as you take the time to actually do it. It's always a lot of work, and yeah, you have to consider whether or not you want to actually do that work for it. So, turning on the background, it now looks like this. Well, my word now looks like this. And we're going to have to split this into, or put this into the right thing. This is the I, all of it. So pre-compose 11 I. Cool. With the rest. And you can see now how many of them we get. And if you had all these layers in this composition, it would look totally crazy. And I need some more because I still need to do this coloring on the top part because, well, I didn't have that. Only had the little flowers. But now, because I did it on these, yeah, it kind of looks weird on the top part that I don't have it. I like that I kind of have interaction between my letters now. There you go. So yeah, the next O, it can actually just be a copy of the previous one. But yeah, the O's, those are the ones that actually give you a lot of opportunity. So a lot of ways you can do things with them because they're round. So it's this one and this one. Once again, 2 masks for 1 layer because we have an O. New solid. Let's grab a color. That one. And just paste in the O. Yeah, the O, as I said, lots of choices because, well, you have this round shape which is symmetrical and just, yeah, everything that you can do with circles like the radial wipe is all very cool. So let's go and first of all link up the anchor points because, well, we want to do crazy crap with it, and for that we need the anchor point to be aligned with the shape. Yeah, that seems to be about right. Let's hit the R for rotation. It's good enough. As I said, not perfect, but I don't expect it to be perfect. Hit the P for position, turn off your background. I'm in fact going to turn off everything and put it into position where it should be. Also needs to be up a little bit. There you go. So with that done, let's see what we can actually do with it. Let's start by making a wipe. I like the wipes. We can do what I've done in my previous tutorial, number 10, which is to swipe or to wipe it multiple times, increasing the opacity every time. So to do that, you need a wipe, obviously, and we're going to start at 100, yeah, and then we're going to end at 0. So let's say we're doing that, I don't know where the rest of the animation is, but so at which point we are currently. We should actually see that first. Although we can, of course, move it in time later on. The eye is coming in here, which means this would be a nice position to do it after the eye comes in. So the eye comes in, then we're starting at 11.5. I only have 12 seconds. Oh, that's messy. I should have set that way higher. I knew this was going to be long, but now I have to drag out all these. Yeah. I know there's a hotkey for it. I just don't remember it. Oh, I wrote it down. Hang on. I wrote it down somewhere because I was like, okay, I might actually need that at some point. Okay, so I don't know if this is going to work immediately, but we'll see. There's one more. Yeah, there you go. Let's move it to 30 and see if we can make this work. So, did it work? No, it didn't work, but so what did it do? That's the main question. Control Z. Yeah, so it did the wrong thing. It deleted everything, which is also cool, but it's not nearly as cool. Maybe I need to stand here. Nope. So apparently I had the wrong command there. Did I undo too much now? Yeah, I did. So the composition settings has been updated. I guess I'm just going to do it old school style, which is really lame, but that's the way it is sometimes. I thought it was this hotkey, but you can't drag this out because all of the compositions are only 12 seconds. Oh, so messy. So stupid. Can't believe it. I guess we're going to have to just time-lapse them or something like that, or time-edit them. This is so lame. Yeah, all of these compositions, because they were pre-composed from the original, are all just to 12 seconds. And that is not what we want. Time, enable time remapping. And we're going to say, okay, let's add a point over here, right before the end, where everyone's still alive. And we're going to put a remap point there. And I hope all the layers will respond at the same time. And then we're going to drag this out to over here. Who cares? Further out, and then just go with that. I'm hoping this one has a time remap point as well. I can't see, I don't know what the hotkey is, so time remap. Yeah, it does seem to have it at least. I just hope that I don't mess it up at this point, because it would be so stupid. It's already very stupid to not set my composition settings to the right amount. That's what you get for not paying attention and not planning ahead. Just did it on autopilot. And yeah, they're not there. So excellent. So this time remap point will have to move all the way to there, and then they should be there. Yep. Okay, select all the layers, turn all the things, and hopefully get all the remap points in one go, but no. Now I can only do it one by one because I don't want to select the wrong ones, because that would be messy. Still relatively lucky that I discovered it now and that I can actually do this. Is the S actually visible? Yes, it is. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. So yeah, the reason I'm going to all the way up to 30, by the way, is not because I want to make a 30-second animation, but because in the end, so once you're completely done, you can pre-compose the entire project and just time map it there, which means that you can increase the speed if you want to, but yeah, it's very hard to time it with all of these keyframes being so so close together. Just getting the right thing to well, just getting the right thing out of that is really weird. Anyhow, select all the layers, hit all the U's twice. There we go. Okay, we're back, and we are sitting currently at like 10 seconds, I think I said. Don't even know if I already did something. Nope. Didn't do anything yet. Why is this invisible exactly? So why is it not showing up? It seems that there is a mask. Well, I know there is a mask, but it seems that it's not doing what I expect it to do, which is actually appear. I don't know. Did I pick the wrong color? No, it seems the right color. Yeah, I messed it up so hard now that I don't know if it's like an editing thing or something like that. Yeah, well, I'm just going to do it the easy way. 13, 14. Let's just put them back in here. Copy, paste. Oh, it's because of the radial wipe, I'm guessing. Yeah, there you go. I was setting that, and that's what caused this. Okay, so problem solved. So yeah, it's already locked on to whatever, to the anchor point. The radial wipe still needs to be in that same spot. And oh, let's put the anchor point a little bit down. There you go. That seems right. Yeah, now we can set this transition complete 0%. Well, we're going to in fact start with 100% and then go to half a second later. We're starting at 10, so we should be at 10, 15. And let me zoom in the time scale a little bit. This is ridiculous. Can't see what I'm doing at all. So we're going to 10, 15. We're going to set this to 0. Oh, did I? Yeah, I did. Did set the time points. So yeah, it wipes now to the left. If you want to make that to the right, just turn it into 3D layer, hit R for rotation, set Y to 180 degrees. So, and then it wipes the other way. Cool, right? Then at 15, we're going to duplicate this layer. Oh, first of all, hit T for opacity and just set it to, I don't know, 20%. We're going to do it a lot of times. 5 times. Duplicate, just move it up. Yeah, hit U if you want to know where you are. Then duplicate, set it to the time that you want it, hit U. Duplicate, hit U, set it to the time you want. And then of course the last time, duplicate, U, and where are you? There you are. Time that you want. And then hit transparency, so T, which is actually opacity of course. But yeah, set it to 100 for the last one, because you want to make sure that it actually takes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there it is. Thing is, of course, we also want the wipe to include the colors that we're going to put on it. So yeah, I already knew that. I just wanted to show you the principle. But yeah, we're going to have to pre-compose this very early on. Well, no, we're going to make the thing first, the colors. We're going to make the colors first, which means that we need another layer here. So just duplicate this one. Duplicate. No. Duplicate. Control D, or just edit duplicate, because it's in here as well. There you go. Change the color, obviously, because that's why we're here. Oh, I don't have my color settings. Where are you? Color settings. Come out and play. Solid settings. There you go. Blue. And mask. Yeah, same deal. Hit M. Make it an intersect mask. Then duplicate the original layer. Do it again. So take this one, for example. You can of course do this with the same technique that I did for the previous O as well. It's just that with this one you can make other effects than just the part of the circle being colored. But you can do what you want. It's all up to you. M. Set this to intersect. Accidentally click the right one. And just duplicate the original once again if you want more colors. I want one more color. So and it's going to connect with this one. So for example, I can make this now. Let's make it like this, which is not a part of the circle. And masks, intersects, layer, solid settings, and we want that color. Yeah, okay. So now that we've done this, we can actually move them around. Like I want this one to be up top, so that it's a little bit, well, it overlaps the other one. And we can move them around, and then once we're done, so once we're like, okay, this is where we want this to be. So let's say this is like this, and this is going to be like this. Okay. Once we're done here, we pick up everything and we pre-compose it. So everything that has to do with the O, layer pre-compose 12O, and then we're going to wipe the entire thing into existence, as I said before. So yeah, I actually have the radial wipe on this, so I'm going to remove that because I don't know if I did edit that. We don't want that. It's on all of them because it's copy pasted. So we're going to put it on this one instead. Come on, you know you want to. Put it on there, line up your point with the middle of your circle. You don't actually have to do the anchor point, I just realized, because it doesn't care. So yeah, it will wipe the entire thing. And since it's already 180 degrees rotated in Y, you can make it just the way you want it. I don't know which times I picked previously. I think we were starting at 11. 11, there you go. We're going to set this to 100%. Then we're going to set the keyframe, put it to 11:15, put it to 0, and let's see if it wipes the right way. Nope, it does not. So it's not rotated. Okay. We can do that very easily. Make it a 3D layer. Hit R for rotation. Rotate around the Y-axis for 180 degrees. And voila, we have one. The thing is, it will move it because we didn't line up the anchor points. So hit the P for position or the A for anchor point and just put it in the right position. Turning off this, we can actually find where we are. So position, put it into place, and yeah, that's about all there is to it. Then we have done this, so this is now correct, it's wiping. We're going to set the opacity to 20%. And well, with the first wipe you will hardly see anything, especially on our background. You can see that it's very light, but you will notice it because it's there. And we can just duplicate this. I'm going to hit U here just to see where we are. Duplicate, that's 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to immediately set this to 100%. Just so I don't forget. Then I'm going to hit, select all of them, hit U on all of them, and we're going to drag them out. Shift click will get rid of the layer that you want from your selection. So yeah, that is all we needed to do. And now of course we have a lot of crap here, and we can actually pre-compose that once again and put that in a different layer, which we are going to do. You can see here the effect. It is a lot of passes, but eventually we get there. The 20% might actually not be correct. I don't know. Maybe 25 would be better. I don't know how it stacks opacity, to be honest. So we're going to set it to 25 and see how that runs. It's mainly the last one that I'm concerned about because it was just too bright compared to the others. No, 25 is still not good enough. Let's make it 30. This is actually better. Maybe even more. Let's see what happens if I make it 40. This one's actually correct. So it's 40%, so basically double what I had. The thing is, you need to, or you can actually calculate very easily how it's done once you know what it's doing. But I don't know what it's doing. So I think it just takes what's left over and takes, in this case, 40% of it and puts that on the screen every time. So the first one will put 40% on the screen, the second one will put 40% of the remaining 60% on the screen, then 40% of the remaining, was that like 54% or something like that, and so on. So that's how I think it works, but yeah, you don't have to calculate it, you just see, like, is this the effect that I want? And yeah, in this case, this is the effect that I want. We can do one more thing, just to make it just whatever. You can do things, you can just leave them, I don't really care. We're going to duplicate the entire thing, or not the entire thing, but this one. And since at this point it is completely opaque, so everything that's underneath it is invisible, we can just remove everything except for the top one. Well, not remove, but split the layers, delete everything behind this point, and it will stay the same shape. So once this one completes, nothing else is visible and you won't see that. So The advantage of that is that we can now, I don't actually need this one. I made a new one, I don't need that. I can actually just wipe it again by making this one frame further, rotating it again by 180 degrees, which means getting it back to 0. Actually, the position should be done as well then, because the position here was correct, but the position here is no longer correct because I rotated it. Where's my background? There it is. So we're going to put it back into its position. Did I just reverse the colors? That's the only question that I have. I think I did, right? I did rotate. Oh, yeah, I need to undo a couple of times. Don't know what I've undone now. So I need to undo until the rotation happens. Yeah, I think I switched to, yeah, I know I switched sides. So, okay. That's okay. We can do it in another way, I guess. We can just make the wipe ourselves. So I want to make one more wipe, completely erasing it and then putting it back on here. But that means that I'm going to have to be doing that by hand. Actually, this is not a, it's not a good transition at all, but whatever. Let's make it like this, and then put this back on here. No. I have enough to do still. I'm just going to wipe this on like it is. It's a way worse transition than the other ones, but it's good enough. So I'm going to pre-compose this into yet another layer. So this is 12.0 underscore 2. Yeah, I have enough to do, man. It's already going to turn out to be a super long tutorial. And put it underneath the color combinations. So we have done this one. Time for the N. The N being number 15. Copy. Layer. New. Solid. We're going to turn it into which color? I guess it doesn't really matter, because we're painting over most of the color anyway, or some of the color. The N, there it is. Let's first do all the mask things. Just add more masks, make more colors. Yeah, just duplicate, draw the mask that you want. Hit the M, hit the intersect here. You should know by now how this works. Layer, solid settings. Oh, eyedropper, this one. And then, yeah, same. Duplicate. Make yet another mask. Weird shape, weird shape. Let's make it more like this. Yeah, okay. Hit the M, do the intersect, and change the color to, I don't know, Okay. So yeah, if that's what you want, then yeah, you're done now. If it's not what you want, then change it. Okay, I'm not actually sure what's cool. I like this. Yeah, I guess this is good enough. Yeah, it's good. It's not entirely like the way I want it, but yeah, it's good enough. This is my problem. I now found it. This line was just too straight. That's better. It's a little more of a break from the actual letter than it is. Yeah, so what are we going to do for the N? Always a difficult question, especially once you've done so many already. Layer, precompose. So this is once again our completed letter. So yeah, we want to keep that the way it is. And we're going to go all the way to the beginning again, somewhere around here. Not 2 seconds, but like 4. And this one's going to come in really early. I promised that, so I'm going to do it. Position, scale, rotation, all of them have been set. The anchor point still needs to be adjusted though. Yeah, that sounds right. So position has to be changed now, because now it has to go back into position. And let's see where it belonged. It belongs not there. It belongs over here. It's not entirely correct. As you can see, I missed a pixel apparently. Don't know how that happened, but yeah, just sloppy, I guess. That means that all of these have to go up 1 pixel. And that is messy. So yeah, let's just pick up the main one, which is this one, and pick up the mask path. There you go. And move it up 1 pixel. There you go. Yeah, it's about straight. So then this should be better, and there you go. It doesn't matter whether it's there or not, it's just, yeah. Would have bugged me otherwise. So what are we going to do for this? I can actually, because I made all of these things now, these timers, I can actually just make it slide in as a Z. So just turn it on its side. So rotation is going to be 90 degrees. And then it's a Z. And it's like, what am I doing here? And then it will get put into its right position right at the end. So currently it will just rotate 90 degrees. Well, in the beginning, but actually this one needs to stay that way. So yeah, I'm just going to delete the endpoint, and I'm going to make it move inwards from outside of the frame. It's going to come in and just say, hey, I'm a Z, who are you? We can actually do it a few more frames, I think, but we'll see what happens. It's going to drop it in from with a little bit of an angle, maybe from over here. So yeah, it's going to come in, and it's like boom, here I am. So yeah, let's rotate a little bit, make it hit over here. But yeah, I do have to keep track of that. I still have to rotate it. So it's going to hit the floor here. Then it will bump, I guess, so to 90. And it will move upwards a little bit. So let's set the position to, oh, it's the X position, of course. So let's say over here. So it moves, it bumps, and it moves upwards, making a complete rotation to 270. And in the meantime, it will of course move downwards again. That's not down, this is down. So it, bam, yeah, this rotation is not correct. It needs to be better. This needs to be not here. But here. Like it hits. And this one just, no, the position move is not enough. We need to make it exaggerated a little bit. Maybe give it a few more frames to do so. It will bump, go up, and come down. It's way too little frames. Come on, give it a little space. It will move upwards. Bump on the thing. So it bumps. It actually looks terrible, but okay, rotate it a little bit. Maybe this looks better. No, it still looks terrible. It's because this position is so weird. So the position over here is supposed to be a sharp bend, and instead it's just falling further downwards. So that's what's kind of killing it. So let's put this into this one. Yeah, not the other one. The other one's fine. So it drops. It will make a sharp thingy. It rotates the wrong way, as you might have noticed. It's not the natural way in which it would rotate. So the rotation is supposed to be 270, and instead it needs to be minus 90. That way it rotates the other way. We can actually make it rotate up until here. Then it can drop straight down if it wants to. Okay, it comes in, it makes a little bit of a twirl, and then it falls down. Yeah, the falling down looks kind of very weird. Everything looks weird. Okay, let's just take the rotation, make a new keyframe at about the end of the rotation and drag it to about the middle. That way it will rotate very quickly, then it will start, or then it will rotate slowly in the end. I took it a little bit too far from the back. Okay, rotation, put it down here. So it will rotate, 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 and stop rotating and drop down. Yeah. Okay, looks a little bit better. Still not great, but hey, what can you do? Well, make it better. That's what you can do. Okay, we're going to add the position, or edit the position, I should say. Not the entire position. Come on, be better. Just one keyframe. This one is the correct one. Never mind. This one needs to be different. Okay, that might make it a little bit better, like if it bounces off of something. Is there something around where it can bounce on? Nope, not really. Okay, now let's make this into a keyframe with handles, and we're practically done. Okay, much better. The start is still not great. Let's say the rotation of 90 is going to 127, which is a completely weird number, but it's because it's estimated, or yeah, well, not actually estimated, but yeah. Let's start it as an N. Much better, much better. Okay, now all we need to do is actually make a realistic landing, and then we're really where we want to be. So this last part is still like it's floating towards Earth, and that's not good. So we want this position to be reached quicker, I guess. So that means moving this one up a few. Rotation, yeah, I'm not actually sure about that. Let's see. It's a little bit better, but okay. Let's just add a few more bounces to it. Not actual bounces like we did now, but just like little, like this. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4. Let's make it 5. It's easier. Copy paste this one. Make it a little lower. And then copy paste this one. Okay. Make all of them make all of them have the easy ease property. Oh. Yeah, I keep clicking them with control. Should just select them. Okay, keyframe assistant, easy ease. That should make it a lot better. Yeah, it still looks weird, but that's because it's only this now, and we want the rotation to be working with it a little bit. Moving up a little. I don't know which side I was rotating towards. So at which point does it actually hit the floor? I think that would be here. So at that point we're going to add in this little thingy, And add a little thingy over here as well when it hits the floor. Keyframe. Almost straight now. Come on. There, and then with the last hit, it will actually be -90. Okay. Okay, better. There's still a little bit weirdness going on. Like it's switching directions halfway through the halfway in the air. Here. So this one shouldn't be here. Better. Okay, so the complete thing now looks like this. I don't know where it starts, but about here. It's not bad. It's a lot better than our O is. So, yeah. Okay, another one made. Another save. And on to the next one. Okay, we're back. Let's have a look at where we were, because I don't actually remember. But yeah, this is the complete thing as we have it now. And you can see that all letters come in at different times. We can actually change them around a little bit. There goes the T. And here comes the I. It's going to push it up. It actually looks quite nice. So yeah, everything happens kind of at different times, which is not really what I wanted. I wanted it to be so that people can see something new every time. So yeah, we're going to change that eventually. That's why we have all the things numbered, and pushing them forward is quite easy to do, because all you need to do is just pick them up and throw them to the left side. We are going to, however, lock the OTI here, making sure that we don't displace those. And yeah, you could see that the N, so the last N, is coming in. There it is, it's bouncing and then it's landing on its, well, wrong side. So we're going to have to find something to actually make sure that it actually gets up. So yeah. That answer, so what is going to happen there, is probably going to come in from our bottom part, so our last line. And let's see what that last line is. Well, where it is mostly. So for example, we can make the C just bounce upwards, knock over the N, and then turn it back over, something like that. So yeah, we're going to start with the G though. And we're going to just hit this, make a new layer, and continue where we left off. You can also see that we're not really done with that first line yet, because it doesn't have the color effects, which we definitely want because it looks awesomely cool. And then we want to change those to those colors as well. So color-wise, which color would we like? We kind of have a lot of these dark colors. So let's start off with one of the whites. Well, it's not actually white. It's light blue. There you go. Pale cyan, that's what it is. Yeah, first of all, let's find the correct layer. I don't know where we are. We're currently at the N, so this is the G. And we're going to just copy paste that onto this one. So yeah, hit the mask, hit Control C, then hit the layer where you want to paste it on, and then Control V. It's not that difficult. I can now keep this up here. I don't have to hide it anymore because, well, we're not in the region of that anymore. Yeah, let's first of all just duplicate this twice. There you go. Duplicating twice means that we can now, oh yeah, that's kind of what I figured I would have done. I hit the duplicate, but obviously I still had the mask selected. So nothing happened in my, well, vision. but it did happen, and that is not what we want. So yeah, let's change the colors first. The layer solid settings, and we're going to go to the blue for the one, and the other one, I don't know, let's take the green. We haven't used the green. Oh, we have used the green here, but not on this one. So it's not too close, and yeah, well, it's good. So mask it up. Once again, we're going to select the pen tool, and we're going to just say, oh, click, 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 and we're done with this part. And then we're going to go M for mask, hit that to intersect, and that is actually terrible, but yeah, that's not our final color. So okay, next one. This is going to be over here. Hopefully that doesn't cross anything. Nope. That's Coolio. Let's hit the M. Let's just go to intersect. Okay, I want one more. I want to have the sand color, this one in here as well. To duplicate the original one, I'm going to put this to the top so that it can overlap the others. Once again, solid settings. We're going to put it to this one, and then we're going to just mask it up. I don't know where the others are exactly, so we're going to have to change them when we get to them. So yeah, this is not the final form. Don't worry, it's going to be a little more interesting. Mask, intersect. So yeah, I want to first of all intersect with this one, or rather cover a piece of this one, and then I want to make a little more interesting shape on this thing. Maybe something like this. I don't know. It looks okay. I don't want this this crossing to be too linear, but I guess I will have to edit this one then. It's just too horizontal. I don't like that. Yep, this is better. And we're just going to now find something to do with it. So what can we do with the G? First of all, what we can do is make it actually into a pre-composition or a new composition. So that is 14G. So yeah, layer 14. Well, we actually have a few more, but yeah. 14, what are we going to do? We're going to try to roll it, and then it's going to bounce and go into place or something like that. Yeah, let's do that. So first of all, let's find a good position, because here is where a lot of the things happen. So let's just go with that. 8 seconds. 8 seconds it is. So at 8 seconds, this is going to roll or be in place. Because as I said, I want things to happen at the same time so people can have, I can look at it multiple times to see what's going on, and that is just awesome. Position, scale, rotation, that's what we want to do. Hit U to drag them up. And oh, anchor points. Anchor points. So let us go towards the anchor points, which obviously will take some dragging, and find the nice midpoint. This seems to be about the midpoint. So yeah, now we need to be creative again, which is hard work. People don't realize that, but oh, such hard work. Let's go up until we're at 8, and then position is going to be back where we were. Obviously, I will need to shut off the background for this one. There you go. And we're going to position it right here and then to the bottom. Well, seems to actually be the right spot. I don't know if it's exactly the right spot, but let's see what happens. Yeah, this seems to be the right spot. Maybe a little bit to the right. I don't know. Then this seems right. Yep, it's good enough. So yeah, being half a pixel off is not too much of a problem. So yeah. Okay, let's start editing then. Hit U until you see this. And then we're going to go 3 seconds back. So it's going to be one of the early ones in here. And it's going to be all the way off the screen, I guess. Oh, let's start at the top. That would actually be cute. Let's just start it all the way at the top. Yeah, now I do have to shut this off. We're going to start all the way at the top. And we're going to bounce it in just like we did with the Z, but then differently. Of course differently, because everything has to be different. So the position, you can see the little thing here, which kind of depicts where we are. Yeah, we're going to fall down first, a little bit very much quicker than this. And then it's going to bounce on something that's also coming in. So for example, this apostrophe or something like that. And that's going to knock it out of the, well, the trajectory that it's going for. So we can actually just set up a new position point here and then just drag that to where we want it to be. So this is going to be very quick, as you will see, because now it will fall down pretty quickly compared to the other movements. Well, it's actually not even quickly enough. We can do that way quicker. Okay, let's see where we can place it. I think at 4 seconds then. Oh, sorry, 3 seconds. It seems that we want to place it somewhere where it actually looks like, oh, this is really too fast. Where it looks like it is fast, but not too fast. Well, that was really too fast. That was insane. So it has to fit in with the rest of the motion, basically. Let's aim it at this thing. So if we make it over here, then this thing can actually interact with it, which means that this thing is going to have to be like knocked out of place as well, but at least we get to do our thing here. Let's get rid of the smooth transitions, because we don't want those, because we want this to be knocked off course and just go somewhere else. So let's make a position point, zoom in a little bit. There it is. Oh, actually, I don't need to remove that straight away, because we do want a little bit of a smooth transition for the next one. Okay, now it has to interact with something else, but there's nothing else here currently, which means that we're going to have to come up with something. So we're going to have to make sure that something is actually here in a moment. So like this R or something like that, and then it's going to bump into that, let's say over here. I don't know. We do want to pull it up a little bit here in the middle. Actually, oh, how do I do this? Well, I guess like this. although I don't love it. We do have to make some kind of arc. So yeah, let's make here the distance between the dots is how far it travels, and I wanted to keep some of its speed. This one is going to be fast and then slower. We can always move them if we want to adjust them, but yeah, for now we're just going to make some kind of like setting where it seems to work out. So let's say that over here it meets up with the R or some other thing, which we don't know yet. That means that it's going to have a sharp bounce at that point. Yeah, I'm going to make this into something like that. Then I'm going to move one frame forward. Let's zoom in a little bit. So one frame forward, make another position thing. And I'm doing this because I want this to be a sharp turn. So I want this not to be one of those weak-ass turns that we've seen so far. Yeah, a bounce is not the same as a, well, as it coming into the final position, let's say, or rolling motion. No, it has to be sharp, and like you have to see like here that it hits something and changes direction. Whereas with the Z, you could see that it had like these, well, fluent motions until it hits the ground, and then it's a sharp motion, because that's the way things work. So okay, so we're bouncing backwards now. I can probably bounce it off of the side of the screen here. So let's make that happen. Move it forward a little bit to, let's say, here. I don't know exactly where that's going to be, but we're just going to see how the frames line up here. This one is going to be smooth up until the hit. So it's going to be going upwards, and then it's going to go. So it's going to be to bump into the screen right here. And yeah, to do that properly, we need to go one frame back, make a keyframe, and then on the one that we already had, we're going to turn off these handles. So once again, turn off the handles. That means that this stays maintained, the position as I made it, so like the movement, and we still get that nice thing. Yeah, obviously this has to line up with that as well. So now we're bouncing into this, so we're bouncing away from it, which means that a little bit further on, let's say just about here, and actually we could move these frames a little bit so that the speed kind of deteriorates, which would make sense because it has bounced in several directions already. I'm going to make another keyframe, and we're going to drag it to, let's say, here, where it interacts with this A. Yeah, that's a good position. We're dragging out this so that it actually becomes more of an arc. Maybe we could even bounce it off of the floor. I don't know how far that is. It's actually a pretty decent amount still further. But we can do that if we want to, and we do want to. So let's bounce it off of the floor, which means make a new point. Make sure this point is sharp. So sharp. Then drag it to that, to the floor, and it will bounce upwards. And then this point, so the next one is already here, and it is, well, we do need some kind of arc in this, because even though there's no arc in this one, yeah, we can make we can make the next point, so after this. Yeah, so I turned this into a sharp point, but we can take the next point and make it a curve again. So that way we still get the effect that we were looking for. Let's see, add a position point over here. And I don't know if it has any handles because I don't see them. So let's see if we can create handles then. Yes, so it was actually turned off because it's next to a point without handles. And now what we need to do is we need to make sure that like the curve we're creating now, the little thing, needs to match up with the connection of these two. So this would go over here, which means that this point needs to be over here. So let's pick it up and make it that it actually looks natural. So it looks like this curve actually continues until this point, which is our, well, the point of origin, let's say. So it would look like this, and it's a smooth transition, then it bumps, and it goes up to the A. So the A at this point needs to already be there, which shouldn't be a problem. I mean, we're 5 seconds in. We have time enough to do that. And then we're going to go into the A. So at this point we bump into the A. We're going to go, let's say 3 frames further, which is about 1/10, no, exactly 1/10 of a second. Position. So we made a new point. We're going to go up. So not too far, but up nonetheless. No. Let's go up first and then move the point until it feels about right speed-wise. So it has to be slow because it's basically coming from this, then it bumps into it, and it basically rolls uphill for a little bit. And then we're going to roll downhill. Yeah, you guessed it. And we will adjust this one when we know where it's going to end up. So it's going to roll down the side of the A. And I don't know where the R is at this point, but I don't really care too much. So yeah, let's say this is about the position that I want to have in my final position, which means that now it looks like this. So it's going to go off of the side. It's first going to go up the side of the A, and it's going to roll down it, and then it will roll into position. Yeah, okay. So now we need to do 2 things. First of all, we need to address this. This needs to be straight. This also needs to be straight. So, this also needs to be straight. So yeah, we want to actually have this sharp edge here because that's when it hits the floor once again. And it's hitting the floor a lot. Well, the floor and the ceiling and everything else. Also this, we want this to be kind of smooth. Kind of make sure that we connect with the A but don't cross it. You can see here we're inside the A. You don't want that. So just position it where you want and then address your problem with the points. I'm going to make this a sharp point on both sides. It doesn't have to be anything else because we're basically just rolling. So yeah, now it's the correct one. Yeah, here it bounces on the floor, but as you can see, it's not actually connected with the A. We need to have it connected to the A up until that point. So here it needs to be connected, and then it goes connect, 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 connect. And here it rolls away. Well, we're going to do the rolling motion in a moment. And obviously that's a little bit too far. So we need to pull it back to where it originally was supposed to go. There you go. And yeah, I did keep the handle on this last one, but I shouldn't. So I'm going to remove it. Come on. You know you want to. There you go. So yeah, the position itself is not a problem. The thing is, we do need to set this to an easy in keyframe, either easy in, easy in, or easy ease, have it on both sides. But we do want it to kind of break before it comes to a halt. So this one, the one that we are right now, this one also has to be an easy ease. Because we're rolling uphill and we're stopping due to the gravity. So we want that to be like a smooth stop and then a smooth go. And then the rest is all like hard, sharp turns and yeah, things like that. But here you can see the keyframes are, or the balls. I don't know if you can actually see that. I don't know how good the resolution will be. But here, this distance is way bigger than this distance. And that's where you see what's happening with these easy ease keyframes. So yeah, the path is really ridiculous, but it will look really cool once it's done. And yeah, hopefully we can find things to bounce off of, because well, we do need those. So first of all, we're going to bounce off of that. That looks cool. See, and it actually looks kind of cool already. We're not even done yet. Can you imagine? So yeah, now for the hard part, because the position was relatively easy, although it takes some yeah, some ingenuity, I guess. Yeah, we're going to go backwards, never mind. We're going to start with the end, which means that we're starting at 0 with our rotation. We're not going to use scale, so screw you scale. Hit the U if you want to remove it from your list. And then at this point, we should be rotating or rotated to this side. So about this far, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, that looks about right. It's a little bit off, so let's adjust that. It's a little bit too far. It needs to look like it actually just rolls into place. Actually, I think it needs to be done right here, so 2-3 frames before the end, because of the easy ease keyframe. Yeah, this sounds right, or this looks right. We can make that an easy ease keyframe as well, I guess, but might as well just do it like this. So then, up the hill. We're going to just roll it up the hill, make it the same direction, obviously. Something like that. Okay. So it doesn't matter whether it's sliding a little bit here, because it does. It slides a little bit. It's not too bad because it's kind of a hill. So it still looks natural, but if you can avoid it, obviously that's better. So you can see that now with the rotating motion, it actually becomes more of a bang when it hits the ground. It's like bang, and then it rolls into position. So let's go a little bit further. This is when it rolls uphill, so it rolls the other way. And hopefully that was the correct way. Yeah. So you can see that it's kind of rolling uphill, and then yeah, it's kind of overdoing it here. So we're going to set this one to an easy ease. Just like the other one. Yeah, I could have done that here as well. I think I should have done that. So it's going to roll upwards and then downwards. Up and then down. Yeah, okay, cool. So it's only a very small rotation from 135 degrees to 185. That is not a lot. And it kind of looks very cool. So going back, this is where it becomes really easy, because you can do whatever you want here. I personally would like to have the rotation change every time, the rotation speed that is, every time it hits something, but you don't have to. You can just set a rotation point right here and just say, yeah, from here on out it just rotates a certain speed. If you just say, yeah, I'm going to make it that it rotates this much for the entire time, it will already look like it's just doing it right, because it's not constrained by anything, it's not touching anything. But yeah, it's all up to you, obviously. And I am going to say, nope, I want to make it a little bit more interesting. So it's currently rolling uphill here, which means that it needs to, from this point onward, rotate that direction. So that's this, no, I'm not actually sure. I think this direction. So yeah. You see what's happening? It's because it's rotating this direction, it has some like momentum, and then once it hits the A, it just slows down, and yeah, it seems natural. Like, yay! Okay, here then. So why will it start turning that way? Well, because here it's also going the same way. Yeah, I don't need to have like 3 key points here, because I'm not worried about that kind of thing. I'm just going to put it up to a random number. That's a little bit too much. It looks okay, but it's going to look terrible. Which way am I going? This way then. It's still a little much. Let's put it up a little bit. So yeah, this is just a matter of taste, obviously. It's going the same way, right? Yeah, so this is about the same speed. I want it to be a little bit more. So instead of 180, we're going to go to 206 in this case. Yeah, that seems about right. Then here it's going to bounce on something. The second one, well, this one is actually the bounce, because here it's already flying. And here it's still rotating the same direction, I think. Let's see. Yeah, that would make sense. So from the bounce onwards, it's going to move into a negative direction. Let's see. Well, it seems natural. I mean, and that's the thing, because it's not constrained, you can just assume that it's losing some momentum because it hits something. So even if you're like, or gaining some momentum, angular momentum, even if you make a mistake and put it instead of this to like this, I don't know, something else, it still looks okay. Like, yeah, it lost some momentum because it bounced. But yeah, that's as usual, that's all up to you. So yeah, going back then to the first collision, we can actually say like, okay, let's make it a little more interesting. Let's just say that it rotated the other way here. So the first collision is going to make it rotate the one way, and the second one is going to make it rotate the other way. Well, actually, it looks completely unbelievable. But it could happen. Like, I can also make this into less of a rotation. I don't know. Here, the first one, Yeah, I believe that it rotates that way. But why does it change directions all of a sudden? That's my question. So I should just copy this into this. And then it won't rotate anymore here. And this, yeah, will rotate a lot now. Oh, actually, it doesn't rotate at all. Because, so whatever it rotated forward here, it rotates back here. I want to have less of a rotation here. So it's going to gain momentum in this part, well, after the bounce. You can see that it bounces into the wall here, and then it starts turning faster. It's already turning, but just not very fast here. It's very slow. In fact, we can make it a little bit bigger, but just not as big as it was. And the thing is, now we actually have kind of a believable thing. It's not super believable, but so we're going forward, we're bouncing on something, and then it goes the other way. It is believable, somewhat. So here we can also say, yeah, let's at least have something. So at least let's set it to 0. So it's starting at 0 and having a very small rotation, then it's going to bounce, 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 roll into place. And that is what I wanted out of this. So yeah, very cool. And that's why I like these O's and in this case the G's, all of these round shapes, because they can roll, they can do stuff. And now all we need to do is make sure that we line up whatever this thing does with other letters being, well, doing the same things, being in the right positions. So the R, for example, which is going to be our next thing, that is going to have to move according to, well, that G. I'm not sure what it's going to do yet, but it has to connect with the G, or I have to pick one of the letters here to bounce off of it, but we'll see. We'll see. We're going to pick a color for this one. This color. Okay. Then pick the R. I really don't remember which number we were. Okay, so apparently we were at 18. Yeah, 17, 18. That's the R. Copy, Control C. Paste, Control V. And there it is. So let's go back to where the G is at. And we have 2 points already defined. First of all, the end point, which is going to be, I don't know, somewhere or available somewhere over here, maybe at 10 seconds. So let's at 10 seconds say that the position on this is set. Oh no, we need to do the colors first, because otherwise it's going to mess it up. Pen tool, Control, oh hang on, select the layer, Control D, like 3 times. Then we're going to just draw in some nice colorings. Let's say over here. Yeah, not entirely straight up. I'm wondering whether I should cut off this edge. I don't think I should. I think it would look weird. So yeah, M, you should know this by now. Just make it into an intersect and then change the layer solid settings to another color. Let's first pick the color that's right next to it. Seems to be the easiest. Then this one. Yeah, let's go with this intersection here. Should be interesting enough. Okay, let's drag it out a little bit so that the things become a little more interesting. It's all about the interesting part, man. Just try to make it look like there's something going on that you just can't see completely. Hit the M, put it to intersect, and then change the layer color to, what are we going to pick? That's this one. Let's go. Yeah, let's do the final one. Draw the mask. It's going to be over here. Just a tiny bit. Is this the darkest color we have? Yes, it is. Which means that we can only go lighter. Yeah, set it to intersect. And then we're going to go to Layer, Solid Settings, and pick whatever remaining color there is. It's either this or this blue. Let's do the blue. It's a little bit too small, I think. Although it is pretty much good. Don't hit exactly on the edge. Just, yeah, go just slightly over it so that it doesn't look weird that way. It would look really weird, like really designed if you put it there, and what we're trying to do is just make it into a somewhat more interesting shape. So pick up all of your layers, go to Layer, Pre-compose, and this is going to be 15R. There you go. And then we're going to make sure that the R, as I said, is in 2 positions. So hit the P, position, scale, and oh, come on, what else do we have? I guess we have this, opacity, rotation. Yeah, so everything has been set now. As you can see, I have 4. And I'm going to hit the A for anchor point, because if I want to make rotations, I need to have my anchor point lined up. So we're going to just drag it towards the anchor point and then up. You can, just like I did with the T, do other rotations than just the middle. It's just that with normal rotations, like the way we're doing it at the moment, it looks weird if you don't put it in the right spot. Like with the T, I made this thing where it fell over, so yeah, you want the rotation to be around another point than the middle, but normally it's just better to do it like this. So position, yeah, we're going to drag it all the way back. Like, yep, you belong over here somewhere. There you go. Back where you belong. Here or here? No, here. This seems right. Yeah, now let's see where the other spot is, because, well, if we go back, then we're going to hit the thing. Yeah. So select the G, hit the U button, and we will see that here is where it bounces. So right here. And this is where we, well, wanted the R to bounce with the G. So it also has to be at an angle because it's bouncing and then going upwards. So we're going to just move our R up a little. And that's up. And then hit the R for rotation. Set it to this angle. Then move the position into the actual position that we would like. Let's say over here. And then at least we now have like bounce, it bounces off it. You can see that it actually touches it. And yes, but why is the R there? And the R can't be here, by the way, for this entire portion. So up until this point, the R can't be where it currently is, because we just proved that the G bounces off of the R. So yeah, if the R is still there, then yeah, what are you doing? So we can, for example, make it stick to this thing. So it's going to be knocked towards this. Oh, we need to edit this thing first, because this thing also has an interaction with the G right here. And so it needs to be knocked off course, which is something that is well, prior to when it hits the R. So we need to do this first, and then we can do the interaction with the R. So the position, we're going to keyframe that, and then we're going to say, yeah, it's unfortunate that you met me, but I will just travel on. So it's going to have to go down a little bit. I don't know where the handles on this position are. Oh right, they're over here, because I derped it up. I didn't do the align to this point. Oh my god, it's all the way over here. So yeah, we're going to have to bounce off of this. Hang on, this has to be a sharp point. No, not that one. The convert vertex tool. So yeah, it's going to be a sharp bounce, so just go one frame, or well, this is the bounce frame, and go one frame into the future. So from here to there, and then set another point. That one is not supposed to be like sharp, so set that to where you want it to go, which means selection tool, blah blah blah, go over there, do something nice, and then we're going to line up this point with this arc, so it basically has to be right horizontal compared to that one. We do want to have a little more of a downward going thingy going on. Because it just bounced off of the G. Or maybe it just maybe it just boosted the amount. So like maybe it just has a booster and can compensate for its position or something like that. That's why it has this strange thing. Don't mind this little line in the middle, is because of this. But since there is no keyframe in the middle, it doesn't matter. So even if you put it over here, yeah, it doesn't matter. Just make sure that you aim this thing at that point, and that the distance between these points is the same as the distance from this point to the next one. So you can be off by a little bit. It doesn't really matter too much, because, well, we're working with pixels, and pixels are pretty big, especially if you zoom in. So if you zoom all the way in, you can see how big the pixels are. And if I zoom all the way in on this, well, the same amount, I guess, then you can see this is maximum 2 pixels. So yeah, the chance of us being 1 pixel wrong in this distance are pretty slim. But yeah, so now it bounces off of the G, so the G bounces with it, and you can see that it compensates, and then yeah, it bounces, but it compensates for it going up still. Maybe we can even bounce the same thing. No, that would be ridiculous. We could actually make this fly over here and then let the G bounce into it once again, but that would be ridiculous. So maybe we should let the R interact with our apostrophe here, but the R should also react to this connection. So maybe That's where we should go right now. So yeah, the R is here. Let's first make sure that it reacts to what is actually happening to it. We're going a few frames into the future. It doesn't really matter how many, because we're going to make sure that we drag them into place afterwards. Position, and the position is going to be, say, over here somewhere. Let's see where the connection actually happened. So the G is going that way, so it would make sense that the R is pushed in that general direction. Oh, that is not where we wanted to have a keyframe. So we're going to go over here, move it up a little, move it to the right a little, maybe a little bit down, because we do have gravity. So this is where he is at this point, at this point in time. But how did he get where he is currently? So let's say we have the position here, and it's going to come from the left side. It's just throwing, it just gets thrown in there. Let's see if we can actually make that work. At 1 second, I'm going to have the position over here, and then a little bit higher. Can we actually make this into more of an arc? Because that's what we do, right? We have these nice arcs, and then we're going to bounce off of things. Let's see. So the G is coming in at some point, but then the R is already on the way. It just misses it, but then it comes in anyway. And it actually pushes it further out. It's actually cute. Like, it gives it extra speed. So yeah, that actually looks cute. Which means that we can pick up this point, put it further into the future, and just move around with it a little bit, as long as we keep the higher speed. So we have to give it higher speed than it had initially. So like this. Maybe give it a little bit of an arc. So yeah, assuming that we do like this, so like it comes in, it bounces off of that, and then it gets more speed. It's a little bit too much. Let's drag it back a little. Yeah, it just seems like it's shooting out of a cannon once it hits it, which shouldn't happen, of course. Just drag it back a little. Oh, actually push it out. That's what we need to do. That's why it looks weird. Okay, so it gets hit here, and then it bounces all the way over there. Okay. First, we need to make it more of an arc. So we're going to go 1 frame after the hit, and we're going to set a new position keyframe. And we're going to take this handle and just make it into an arc. Doesn't have to be a big arc, but you will notice the difference if you look at the animation. Then we're going to take our selection tool, and once again make sure that this point, so the old point, matches up with the new curve, and that way we can have a sharp bounce and still have a nice curve. And we can even pull down this. We want more of a curve. I don't know, you can make it up yourself. Yeah, don't worry about the rotation, because the rotation is not important yet. It is all about the movement for now. So where did this apostrophe go? It just completely ignores the R and just flies underneath it, which we can either accept as being, yeah, that's the way it is, or we can say, well, we want the apostrophe to fly underneath it and then come into contact with it here or something like that. So basically adjust the apostrophe's travel path. For now, I'm just going to leave it. I think it's fine. Not everything has to interact with everything. Although, if you could make that, that would be awesome. By the way, if you're following this and you're making your own thing, then just please leave me a comment on where I can find it, because I would really, really, really like to see what other people make of this. Yeah, we're going to go over here. It's going to bounce on something. So for now, let's just make this into a sharp thing. We're going to go up from here. Let's say a few frames. Position keyframe. Move it up. That's not it. That's up. And then we're going to bounce off of something. Yeah, a few more frames, because I'm going too fast. And now I'm not going fast enough. Oh, that is not what I wanted to do. I want to just pick up this keyframe and go up. So you can see in the distance between the things where you actually are. So it's bouncing, and then yeah, the keyframes kind of become a little wider here, which means it has a little more speed. And then here it's going to bounce upwards. It can't interact with this because that's already set. So you need to make sure that it doesn't interact with that. It can fly over it. You can just do it like with the apostrophe, like, yeah, they're in a different world. They don't interact. But yeah, that's currently what it is, I guess. We can also just make the bounce a little bit lower so that it doesn't touch. Or just make it over here. Maybe bounce into this, what is now a Z, and that's what knocks it straight. Like, it has been like that for a few seconds. It actually ends at about 5 seconds. So if this one would knock it into position again, that would be cool enough. So let's make sure that happens. All we need to do, as I said, is just make up our story of how this is going to happen, and then we just make it happen. So we can actually probably skirt around this bottom edge by taking the correct rotation. So because now it actually hits the bottom edge, we can also say, well, we want to hit the bottom edge. Just aim for that. And then obviously we're going to go through it here. But that is quite alright because, well, it is going to have to interact, so it has to touch it. And then it's going to bounce off, which means that this should not be a point with handles. In fact, it should be a point without handles at all times. Because, well, would look weird otherwise. So yeah, I think we're pretty much done then, because we can just fly our R over here. And we're not disrupting, so with this timing, we're not disrupting any vision on the TOI combination. I mean, we do see it fall down, and that's when it blocks it for a little bit, but it's not a problem. So yeah, maybe we can even interact with this A. That would actually be cute. So just around here, make another point. As I showed you, you can also just adjust that later if you want to. So here we're going to hit the A and then roll off the side, just like the G did, but then with an R. So because we got lucky here, we have a broken point, which means that we can aim this in different directions. So we don't have to make 2 keyframes. So yeah, I think with the right rotation we can actually pull this off. Yeah, we'll see. For now, this is good enough. So now let's make the rotation. As I said, it's coming off of the R. sorry, off of the A, and here it has to be something like that, for example, just bouncing off, and then yeah, we'll have to adjust that a little bit position wise, but the rest, yeah, sure, we can do this. So this actually touches the A. We want every frame to be correct in that regard. So position up. But we don't want too many keyframes to change, because that is how you get silly mistakes. It would actually, it's actually good enough. I think we should move this one. So the interaction keyframe to the maximum height, which should be about here. And then we're going to move this upwards. So let's see what it looks like now. So yeah, it touches the A, it rolls over the top. It's a little bit too high here, but we won't actually notice that in the animation at all. So yeah, it's now a broken point when we don't want it. So we can fix that with our tool here. We're going to just hit it twice. Then it gives us a new set of handles, which we can then adjust. So it will roll up the A and then go over the top, and then we can adjust this handle to actually get us clear of the A. So as long as we don't touch the other handle and the angle, we should be able to do this. So the other part will stay the same basically. So yeah, position wise we want this maybe to even bounce a little bit. We can yeah, just put it in place like it is now. We can also say, just like with the N here, like let's let it bounce a little bit, like I don't know, here it was, here like it lands and then it bounces a little bit. There goes the R. No, it seems fine. It seems fine. We don't want to do anything with the scale here, although we could. Also, we don't want to do anything with the opacity for now. Maybe, oh no, we already have it flying in from the side, so we don't need any opacity to make it appear. That was what I was thinking, like maybe that's useful, but this seems good interaction. So here it has to bounce on the floor. So while we're doing rotation, actually one rotation left over here. Not one rotation. Yeah, we want this to be the same direction that the other one is going, and I don't know which one that is. Oh no, well, not that one. Basically the wrong direction. Yeah, that's not enough. I reset it to the old position. So yeah, let's make it like this. It's rotating, la 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 la, hitting the A and rotating over it to make the ending. So that means that over here, can we actually make this hit with the bottom part? Oh, no, that would be impossible. We can make it with this part, but I guess. Let's see, is this too much now? No, it's actually good. So yeah, seeing here the bounce, and then we're going to hit that, it changes rotation direction between, well, this hit and then, yeah, well, at this hit basically. I don't like that, so we're going to make sure that the thing is even more here. We need to hit the floor though. I can't actually reach the floor. So yeah, don't mind this. So this in front of it, we haven't adjusted that yet. So it's just about this and then this. It's actually rotating the wrong way. It should rotate the other way. It looks weird this way. Even if it doesn't rotate, it's actually better. Yeah, it's not super convincing that it would change directions though. So we'll have to make a choice here. Like, can we make it so that it looks like it changes direction? Or should we just say, well, it's just one of the things that can't be explained. I don't like that. But yeah, it just rotates the wrong direction if we rotate it the other way. But we can make that it just rotates very slowly at first. So this is a very slow rotation, and then just starts rotating a little bit quicker afterwards. I can actually go without rotation over here. Like if I copy paste this rotation keyframe and then copy paste it to here as well, we have no rotation anymore, which looks terrible, I know. But here, it would still make sense that this one crawls over the top of the A. So even with very small rotation, it would be good. So let's say like this much. This is very, very limited. It's a little bit too limited even. So yeah, let's make it a little bit more. Oh, we can actually just hit with the little leg. Would make a more convincing hit, I guess. And that way we can copy paste that keyframe and just say, okay, you hit and then you start rotating. It's just a wrong way. It's rotating the wrong direction. It looks so weird, but yeah, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you just have to go with what you have. I could make a whole different direction and just say, yeah, okay, this would make sense. Like it's rotating quickly, then it bounces and it's still rotating that way, but much slower. That would actually be a solution to the problem. And I'm not even sure that other people see the problem that I'm having, but yeah, it is a problem for me. I do want this to be a good hit. So let's rotate until it's right there. Position it upwards a little. So yeah, now it's a good hit. And yeah, the rotation direction doesn't make sense, but we'll fix that. So yeah, this now at least makes some sense. It's still not great, but yeah, well, it's never going to be great. So this is going to have to be turned all the way up. Oh, yeah. Actually put that in the right position. And now it's exactly the same. That is awesome. So yeah, just continue turning it down, I guess. I guess we're just going to have to turn that way. And now this one actually bounces once, and then, no, well, it's only one bounce. It looked like it was going to bounce again. Yeah, it could work like that. And now let's go to the beginning here, so the first frame. Give it a few things as well. and make it at least come in with some kind of a... Oh, did I miss it? Oh, just. That's good. That's good. Cool. So, at this point, this exact point, we are going to hit the N of motion, and we're going to have to interact with that. So, the frame before, page up, set a keyframe. Yeah, don't make it an easy ease, guys. Just keyframe interpolation, linear. Okay. So, yeah, at this point, we want that. This also has no skill things, so I don't know why that's still there. At this point, it gets hit. So you get hit, and then the other one moves out, but yeah. It gets hit and should move upwards. So let's first do the position. So a few frames later, it should be up a little. That's up. And maybe to the right, because the other one is traveling there. And of course it needs to rotate a little as well, but we'll do that in a moment. So from the moment it gets hit, it actually changes position, and hopefully he will come down. So once we're at the maximum position here, so over here, we're going to come down in the same amount of time, or an equal amount of time at least. Like, it doesn't have to be exactly the same, but yeah, it's going to be 10 plus 3, so 13, plus the 10 that we already have, so 23. This is when it should come down again, and not at the same spot, because it actually got knocked off course a little bit. And we're going to change this one to be one of these keyframes. So with the handles, which means that it's going to be a little more like friendly, a little more smooth. Oh, not too much. Don't overdo it. So yeah, now it's going to have to come back to well, to the original position. So let's say that the rotation at this point is exactly this, which means that we're going to have to up the position a little bit. And oh wow, it actually fits completely with this. I did not intend that. So it means that we can, oh, let's go forward. Well, I have too much stuff in the front. There you go. This is where it gets knocked over. Okay. I completely lost my way there. Yeah, apparently I forgot to adjust. As you can see, I forgot to copy the rotation keyframe. So it's going to rotate all the way now, which is not the way I want that. I want it to wait until it gets hit, which is this keyframe. Actually, it's the next one. So yeah, I'm going to paste the rotation keyframe here. And then the next keyframe will get hit, and it will actually move. Actually, shouldn't it still be at the same position? Yeah, it seems about right. So yeah, it rotates, it bounces on this one. And then, so position-wise, we're now going to just move to the left side. So we're going to reposition the N where it was supposed to go in the first place. So let's make this into 0, and let's just put it into position. Shouldn't be too hard. Done it like 15 million times now. Now all we need to do is see if the transition is actually good enough. Like, is this what we want? So it moves, it lands, and then it just falls over. It's very slow, so it seems right. Let's see what it looks like. Get hit, bounce, and fall. Okay, cool. It's good enough, right? So many moving parts by now. So the R, let's see what that actually does. It's going to bounce into the what's then a Z, and then it's going to bounce on the A and go. Okay, on to the A. So yeah, these kind of interactions are hard to make, but they're definitely worth it. They're like really cool to watch, and that is exactly what you want. So the A has to be ready by this time. So let's make it a very easy thing to do. Not everything has to be like super hard. Of course, the more effort you put into this, the better it will look, and that's just the way it is. So let's see. This is 19, 20. Copy. Make a new layer. New solid. Color is going to be, yeah, let's make it a blue one. Control V. And then we're going to use the pen tool. So select your layer, Control D, 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 well, Control D, Control D, Control D, and we're going to add in the other parts, or the other colors. Okay, that's one. Let's first add in all the colors. And then the third one, I guess, could go over here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping it intersects with the other ones. I can't see, obviously. But yeah, on all three of them, you can hit M at the same time. Just intersects, intersects, and intersects. And then just change color on, well, one at a time, obviously. Layer, solid settings. Give me that color. You, layer, solid settings. And that color. And you, oh no, not you. You, solid settings. The vague one. Okay. Let's see what it actually did. Is it what we wanted? Not entirely. I think the white one kind of looks weak. Let's see if we can make it a little more interesting by just putting it over here. Yeah, this is a little bit too much. all-togetherness. I mean, I'm all for teamwork, but this is a little bit too much. Let's take this one out of it. Just put it over here somewhere. Once again, don't go exactly into these corner points. It just makes it look designed, and you don't want that. You want your design to look undesigned. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Well, nobody ever said it would make sense. It just is. Okay, yeah, we don't really need a fancy interaction for this one. We just need to make sure that it's there at 5 seconds. So grab all your stuff, go to layer, pre-compose, 16, A, here you go. Maybe we could just do what we did with the M, like a kind of morph thing. Or we could just let it come from the bottom or something like that. Maybe drop in all the way from the top. That would also be cute. Okay, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to drop it all the way from the top to the bottom. So yeah, position, rotation, scale we don't need. U, and we do need the anchor point. I forgot about that. So let's set the anchor point first. Come on, you know you want to. There you go. So anchor points, hit U again, and then we should be able to find the position where we want our thing to end. Okay, so the A is now in its final position. Let's see what it can actually do, like dropping from the skies. So the A here is coming in right at this moment. So maybe we should position this one all the way in that position. Maybe it just falls from that one. Who knows? You never know, right? We could actually use scale now. Oh, I just realized. Yeah, let's make the A small enough to actually fit into this little thingy here. And then it will just drop out from there. So for now it looks like this, which is terrible because it doesn't scale. And we are going to scale it up to 100. Well, I better just type it in. Finding that value is otherwise kind of hard. So for now it looks like this. Damn. Yeah, we don't want that, first of all, because it crosses the R. So halfway through, like here, it crosses the R, and we don't want that. So we're going to have to delay that that transition into this region, which means just pull it up. Just make sure that it falls slower and then a little bit faster afterwards. That's high enough, and then go here so that the line kind of stays the same. You can see that it starts falling very rapidly in the end, and it still interacts with the R. Can I avoid this by making the correct rotation? I can do it somewhat. And rotation, let's work on it a little bit. First of all, if I start off by doing this, yeah, we couldn't avoid the complete thing, but we can just move the position over here a little bit. Not too much, but okay, it just pops into existence here. Then let's see, we have a little more interesting traveling going. I'm hoping that I still avoid the R now. Yep, and even the G has been avoided. There you go. It's definitely not as fancy as the other ones are, but hey, it will do the trick. And that's what it's all about. So yeah, it just flies in from the top, I guess. It's not really anything else than that. It does look weird that it just plops into place, so make this easy ease keyframe. That way it drops a little bit slower. And it doesn't just drop into place. The rotation keyframe as well. And before the entire thing, we need to make sure that it disappears. So it only appears right before it actually pops into this thingy. Yeah, split the layer. Delete it, and then... Oh, I'm one frame early. One frame early, so there you go. Yeah, the rotation still needs some work because, well, it's currently at plus 62. We could make it a little more interesting by making it rotate a little bit further. Oh, now it interacts with the G. See? How can we avoid this? Yeah, I can't really move the A anywhere else. I can delay it a little bit. Just take all the points, I guess. Like all the points. And just move it. Oh, well. Guess we can just move the entire layer. I have a few frames left. Yeah, here you go. See, I have a few frames left where I can maneuver here. That's the few frames. Between the moment the A arrives and the moment the G hits the A. So. Okay. So, yeah, on to the P. Okay, like always, we're going to start with a new layer here. Just solid, and then we're going to select a color that we haven't used. So this is white, this is dark blue, the light blue. Let's take this one. I haven't used that in a while. I think the last one we used that was the O. And we're going to go to our white solid here. Bring up all the masks and find ourselves a a P, I think we are, right? That's, yep. And there you go. So once again, Control C, Control V, and we're going to immediately duplicate this 3 times. So yeah, we're just going to draw it on straight away. You know by now how this works. I don't know. Let's put it here. That's 1. And then let's make number 2 over here somewhere. Like that. And then number 3 we're going to fill in afterwards, after we change colors and everything, because I want that to overlap with one of the colors as per usual. So yeah, it's kind of the standard approach here. We're going to change all 3 of them at the same time. Split settings, the dark one, I guess. And then we want to have the light one on the last one. Solid settings. Give me the light one. There you go. And this one now, let's see, this one is over here, so we can make it something like this. Yeah, let's just do that. So just make sure that it overlaps on that side, and then go like this, I guess. So select all 3, hit M, set all the masks to that one, the intersect. It is also easy. There you have it, the P. I'm not actually sure about this dark one, this one. Let's change that up a little bit. Oh, that's the wrong one. You need the selection tool, of course. Yeah, that's not what I meant. I meant to do this, and then something like this. Yeah, that's better. That is more like it. I'm going to place this outside a little bit more, just to make sure that we don't have any like half pixels and such. And now let's find something to do with this A. So this previous A came in from above. It is going to drop down. There you go. And it is going to, maybe we should just have our P just, I don't know. We can do something similar to what we did with the T, as in we can let the P drop over and then just have it knocked back into place by the H or something like that, and then it bounces off the A. That seems something to do at least. So yeah, at 6 seconds we're going to start our animation. Oh, yeah, I forgot it. Did you remember? Everyone else remembered, of course, because everyone else is actually paying attention. I hope so. Pre-compose. We are going to call this 17p. There we go. 17p. And now we can do things with it. So 6 seconds we're going to, well, not start it, but I guess we can end it at like 8. Let's do that. Let's just set the position, the rotation, and yeah, I'm not going to do mask path or scale. Anchor points. We do want the anchor point in the bottom part, once again, just like with the T, and that means that I'm going to have to move it. Anchor point always in the middle, of course. It's going to be over there. And then hit P for position with the correct time selected, obviously. And then this should be that. Oh. Yeah, right-clicked accidentally. Not what I wanted. Yeah, this seems a good position again. So you can see it's not all the way in the bottom. It's just, yeah, a little bit. I guess I should put it a little bit lower though. Maybe I should actually put it in the bottom. It doesn't really matter where you place it. You can actually also place it over here. That way, this is basically the rotation point. That's all it is. So wherever you think it's going to rotate, that's where you should place it. And if you think it first rotates around this, because, well, it's falling over, then it would rotate around here. And then once it's up, it's going to rotate around this one, because obviously this one's going to come loose. So yeah, then you should actually place it in the other side. The thing is, I don't care enough to do it like that. So yeah. At time is 8, everything is like this. At time is 7, we're going to make it hit the A. So rotation. The position is actually probably not going to change at all. So yeah, it's going to hit here. And then, yeah, where does it come from? It comes from 15 frames in front. No, maybe more. I don't know. How fast is this? Yeah, it's going to go slowly into place. So let's take 15. Actually, no. Let's take more. Delete that one. We're going to take 1 second because it's pretty long distance. All the way on the floor. There you go. So this one is going to just drop to the floor or appear here or whatever. Then it's going to get hit up by the H. So once again, we're going to just take the last, yeah, this is the last location where it actually connects with the H. We're going to take this one, set a rotation point, and make sure that this part of the rotation goes quickly. So we're going to just put it or move it up so that here this part is now very quick and then this part is a lot slower. We can actually just make it 1 speed, of course. I think that would be good for now. So now it's 1 speed, so it will go from front to back in 1 speed. The thing is, I just want to make sure that it looks like it actually gets pushed in the beginning. And I thought the best way to do that would be to speed up this first part. I think it is the best way. Yeah, so let's just do it like that. Rotation keyframe, just not as much then. Like over here maybe. So it gets pushed. Gets pushed up and then it will rotate all the way to the A, it will bounce off the A and then come back and, well, actually settle. Yeah, we want this one, this is the hit on the A, to be a sharp keyframe. This one can actually be, yeah, it should be an easy out, because the slowing down, we want to be kind of, yeah, smooth. So just, I don't know if it now does that though. Let's see the graph editor. In the graph editor, yeah, it actually will show you the speed, and here it shows you how it's slowing down. But it's going way too low, as in it shouldn't go into the minus. Let's see if this works. I don't actually know if this works. Nope. We'll just remove the keyframe, which is not what we wanted to do. This one is going to have to be... I don't know how to fix this. So no, we're not going to use the easy out then, because this looks terrible. What I wanted is for this to kind of gradually go down, instead of being like Okay, now it's this speed, and now it's this speed. Like, that's just too sharp. It's not what I want. Just don't know how to fix that at the moment. Keyframe interpolation. Linear. There you go. So it will now just change speed from this moment to the next. So up until this moment, it will have high speed, and then here we'll have low speed, which is not ideal. You want to have kind of a smooth transition into, well, just into the rest of the movement, but whatever. It's going to be fine, I guess. So it's going to bounce, and then it's going to be put into place, but obviously we want to add a little bit of a wobble. So let's once again, just like before, add a couple of these keyframes. I'm going to just copy paste them in here. This should be enough. So let's wobble it a little bit. We're going to wobble right first, of course, not too much. 5 degrees, then -2.5. I think that's 2,5, because it doesn't accept points for some reason. There are several programs that don't accept points. So yeah, that's really something that I don't understand, because it is kind of the general standard for things. Minus 0, what's that, 625, something like that. And then finally it's going to just be 0. It's like a very slight difference, and you can see it. That's why it doesn't really matter. And we're going to set all of these, all of them, including the first one. No, not including the first one. We're going to set all of them. Yeah, I'll remove the first one, that's why. I think at least. So let's see. It'll move into place. Yeah, this is the problem. This is why it needs to be removed. It's way too fast for the amount of movement there is. So yeah, you can see that it's moving into place very slowly, and then it will wobble very quickly, which is completely stupid. I'm not sure how fast this movement is. No, it just has to be a very slow wobble. So we're going to set this to 15 keyframes each, which means we'll have to move them around a little bit. But it will make a big difference in, obviously, the speed of the wobble, and therefore the realism. So yeah, like that, and that means that it's going to take a lot longer for it to stabilize. And here it comes into place, and then it will wobble into position. Yeah, that looks way better. Way more like the way it should be. So why is it on the floor, and who is knocking it back up? That is what we still need to answer here. I guess we know who's going to knock it up. We don't know why it's on the floor. So currently we're going to copy this point, which is the first point, which is when it's on the floor, and we're going to drop it on the floor at 3 seconds. So why is it on the floor? It is on the floor because it came in from the left and landed here with a bump and then got knocked over. That's why. Everyone knows that. So let's start at 0. We can actually do that. We can always change it, of course. Yeah, position-wise, that means that the position has to be keyframed at hang on, where are we currently? U for both of them. Now we can see that this is the first keyframe where it actually needs to be in that spot. But here we said that it's going to be in that spot. So make a position keyframe here, and then we can change the position beforehand. So let's bring up our selection tool and just drag it over there. It's going to be out of bounds and up, because things fall down. Yeah, you didn't know that, right? Just told you something miraculous. And we're going to throw it in with a bit of an arc, obviously. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to get this and put it into more of an arc. And copy paste this one into, let's say, 1.5 seconds. So this one is going to move pretty slowly. And then it's going to hop a few times. So we have from 1.5 till 3, which means we should be around here when it's going to reach position. Let's go to the left. Just copy pasting these keyframes. So let's see what it looks like. Yeah, it looks completely fake, which is not exactly what we wanted. Maybe more like that. This way it travels slower on the first part. Yeah, and now the bumps are even quicker. I wasn't sure why it looked so terrible, but it's because the speed is just too low in the beginning and too high in the end. That's why. So now the speed is higher in the beginning, and it breaks way too much here. So move this up a few frames. Speed comes in. This is actually relatively good. Let's make this into a higher bump though. So I'm going to take the midpoint of this bounce. First of all, I'm going to set these two to linear keyframes, which means that the bump is out there, and that's why we're in the middle here. We're going to add another keyframe. Here we are, keyframe, then drag it upwards. Yeah, we want a nice high bounce for the first one. And of course we want to change it to have handles, because we want our keyframe or our bounce to be nice and bouncy, nice and high. Yeah, I'm going to move it around until I find that it's actually in the right bounce. And now we're going to see the speed, because this is the trajectory I kind of want. Oh, it's way too high and way too fast. The speed is kind of amazing. So let's make this 20. Yeah, this should be better. It's going to bounce. No, it's way too slow. It's better, but it's too slow compared to the initial one. Of course, when we play this at full speed, it's going to have a different speed. So yeah, and the bounce is just it doesn't look like it really would bounce there. It bounces too steeply. I don't have a lot of room to work with, so it's just going to have to be a lower bounce. That's better. Okay, that still looks terrible, but We can move up all the keyframes to shorten this, to make sure that that we get a little bit of a better bounce in the end. No, the second bounce, first of all, let's change this. That's really the first of all. Then we're going to go to the middle part here. We're going to add an extra keyframe. Going to drag it up, but not very high. We're going to give it some handles. It's kind of the standard procedure by now. I'm just looking for something that looks kind of realistic, as far as we can call any of this realistic. But hey, you should know by now what I find to be realistic. So here we go, we're throwing the P, it bounces first, then it bounces again, and it comes to a stop. So at this point, I want my rotation to be 0. I just have to move this keyframe first. My rotation, I want it to be 0 and then fall over. So 0, and then it's going to fall over in like 1 second. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good speed, we'll see. Okay, now of course we need some rotation beforehand, because otherwise, yeah, what do we do? Come on. Need rotation, we always need rotation. Nope, wrong way. Kind of feared that was the wrong way. I wanted it to rotate this way, and then I wanted this to kind of bump on its head, which means that we're going to have to move it forward quite a bit, or upwards quite a bit. Yeah, let's take the position, move it upwards till it bounces, and there we go. Let's make this rotation something like this. So we'll actually come in, it will hit its head. Oh, that just looked terrible. That looked completely ridiculously terrible. Because it's hitting on the head and the rotation point's all the way in the bottom, it looks completely hilariously terrible. But hey, that's the way it is sometimes. We're just going to have to adjust to what we see. Okay, maybe we can bounce around like this and make the position back to where it was. Oh, I actually bounced on this part. Let's copy this one. That's that one. Copy, paste, and then move it to the left, obviously. Oh. So we have both of the Y positions, or all 3 of the Y positions, at least the same. So yeah, bounce, bounce, bounce. Yeah, that looks terrible. We're going to have to address the anchor point, I guess. So at this point, the anchor point should be as it is currently, because that's when it's going to fall over. However, from this point, the anchor point should be in the middle, so that the rotation doesn't look as terrible. Well, it shouldn't be exactly in the middle, it should be a little bit above, because there's more mass here, so yeah. To make it better, we need to put it there. So let's move it 1 over, so that they actually line up. We're going to align the position So the position is going to make a jump at the same time the anchor point makes a jump, which means the result should be 0. So we shouldn't see it. That's my basic thing. Nope, other way. Come on. Okay, so the difference between this one and the next one, the next frame. So move on to the next frame. Yeah, this is where the anchor points moves. So we now need to address the position issue as well. So position, put it down. I forgot to keyframe it. That's why we have to do this again. Is this the same Y position or X position at least? So 592, and then yeah, it's starting to fall over. Cool. Okay, now we have to make sure that all of this has been adjusted, because all of the positions now have to be higher by the same margin. So yeah, let's move on the positions. Actually, let's select only this one, no, this one, yeah, and just set them to the position of the other one. Ah, we can't do that apparently. Yeah, no, I want to do this the way it should be done. First of all, we're going to check the position right here, and it's 593. Then we're going to put that 593 in this one as well, and we're going to put that in this one as well. So yeah, the rest isn't done yet, so let's move this up. This one doesn't really matter because it's a one-off, but I wanted to have the Y position for all of these ground keyframes the same, because it would look weird if they're off by too much. And put this one up as well, of course. Not too high. We know that by now. So coming in, bounce, 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 and fall over. Finally it does what I wanted to do. But you can see that the rotation now goes around that middle point, which makes it far more of a convincing bounce. Let's make this into a little less rotation. And hit the play button once again. Okay, there we go. So it's going to stay like that for a while, and then it's going to get moved up. Apparently at the same time the R comes around, but the R is not going to intersect with it. It would look terrible, and we would have to do too much because it already hits the N, and then this actually skirts through the P once more. So it's all fine. It's all good. Let's find where it starts moving. That would be over here. And get on with our H. Make sure that our H actually moves in at that moment as well. We are currently mask 24. Copy that, make a new layer, new solid. We want that to be, I really don't know, the light one again. Now let's do the blue one. Yeah, just paste it in. And yeah, immediately duplicate for, yeah, that sounds about right. Let's draw in some new masks. And then we're going to do whatever is left to do. So I'm trying to not make them have, well, like parallel lines or straight lines, well, horizontal or vertical, like always. Yeah, then this one, let's make you into, I don't know, something over here would be nice. And then let's make the next one into something like this. Okay. Solid settings, grab a color. Solid settings, grab a color. And then the last one. Solid settings, grab a color. We have the white, the dark blue. We can go for this one, I guess. Or the green. We haven't used the green in the P, so let's use the green here. Yeah, now select the three of them, hit M, intersect masks. For everyone, you get an intersect, and you get an intersect, and you get an intersect. Everybody gets an intersect. Yeah, this looks okay. It's very blue still, which is completely different from, for example, the G, which is really all colors. And yeah, let's grab all of them. This seems fine. Grab all of them, pre-compose. You can, of course, do it completely differently if you want. 20, no, it's 18 still. Okay, 18H. So, 18H, what are you going to do for us? First of all, we're going to go to like 7 seconds when you are fully grown. Hit the scale, position, mask thingy. What? You don't have a mask? Really? Just made all these masks. No, what's the others? Oh, I can just hit transform here. Rotation, that's the one. And then, of course, anchor points. Do we need the anchor point? That is the main question. No, we don't need the anchor point because this one is just going to scale in. Just, that's what it does. So here, at this particular point, it's going to just come in from the bottom, which, oh, yeah, we do need the anchor point. Because for scaling, of course, it scales from this point. Okay, now that we know that, let's do this. We're going to put the anchor point all the way in the bottom. It doesn't matter whether it's on the left side or the right side for this. Although, no, it does. It does. But we're going to line it up with the bottom pixel first. There you go. And now we're going to go to that side. To the position then. Let's position it back where it was. So yeah, the anchor point, it's just best to do it with every single layer. There, and then over here. That seems right. So now it's in the middle and in the bottom. So that's good. And if we now scale it, we will see that it actually scales the way we expected it to. It's 1 pixel too high. By the way, copy paste this this position point to here, or just drag it to there, because well, this is where it's fully formed, and if you don't, then this happens. So yeah. So position is going to have to be, well, the anchor point, sorry, has to be adjusted a little bit because I am 1 pixel too high. There you go. So I'm 1 pixel underneath the actual shape, and that is not where, or that is where we need to be apparently. Yeah, just push this onto this and then scale it to 0. Scale it to 0. It's not actually visible. Okay, that's cool, because we've had some issues. Hit the P, hit the U, and we can see where it last connects. So yeah, you can of course find that, but it's too much work, man. Then just scale it up until it actually hits that point, and then see if everything works out this way. No, it seems that it doesn't. So we're going to have to edit a few more keyframes, and then hopefully everything will go smoothly from there. So here it touches. Yeah, there can be 1 pixel overlap. That's not too much of a problem. I'm going to, however, move this a little bit back. It's because it's a non-linear movement. It's a rotation and a linear movement. Okay, yeah, so we're doing this now. And we can actually make it like overdo the scaling and then go back. Let's do that for a little bit. So 110%, maybe even more. Oh, yeah. I need to connect them both. Oh no, this one should stay 100% because it's only going upwards. So it's 110%, maybe 120, so you can actually see the fact that it overdid the scale. And it did this last part in what, 20 frames? So the next 20 frames are going to be the thing just going to minus, no, not minus, to 85, so 100 minus 15, and then 20 frames is going to be 107, and then it's going to be 97, and then it's going to be probably 100. No, 101 and then 100. Okay, select all the keyframes after the first one, so after the one where it actually gets into place. Just set them to easy is, and you should be fine. Keyframe assistant, easy ease, or just hit F9. Yeah, F9 interferes with the recording software. Yes, I know, I've already said that. So you can see the effect. I'm not sure if it's convincing here, but my main issue is the moment it hits 100%, it needs to be smooth into the rest. We can actually see that by going to the graph editor. Yeah, you can see that the speed here, we want to have speed graph. This is not a speed graph. And I once again forgot how to do that. Here, yeah, speed graph. I just want this one, guys. Just this one. So the red one, I guess, is the speed graph, which is weird. That doesn't make sense at all. Oh no, the red one, I have no clue what it is, but it's at 0, so it can't be anything. This one is, I guess, the speed graph. So at the point we are currently moving at well, this amount of frames per second, or degrees per second, percentage per second. That's what it is, percentage per second. And then at our next keyframe, or between that and our next keyframe, it actually is a smooth transition. So we don't need to do anything about it. If it's like from this point, or well, this is our normal speed, and then it becomes a lot less, then we have to do something about it, but it seems fine. Like, we reach the top right here, but this is 100%. Well, this is 100%, and then it stays on the same speed, and then this one, yes, it becomes minus, but that's because now it's shrinking, but the speed is kind of okay. Like, it's a little bit lower, and that's exactly what we want, and then here it's a little bit lower, and so on. But yeah, it's this exact moment, so the moment that it goes to 100%, we actually have a perfect follow-through. So that's completely coincidental, but yeah, apparently I took the right value. I have no clue which value I took, but I took the right value. And oh, I removed the keyframe. Okay, that also works. I made this into 110% or 130. Yeah, that's why. I was wondering how I could just pick the exact number. But yeah, that's because I did this one. So this one can be an easy ease then as well. Yeah, last time we did this in some other letter. I forgot which one. But I actually did the same thing. I just removed the first keyframe to make sure that it would have a smooth transition. Yeah, I guess it's fine. It's not great, but let's see, the P moves into place. It's going to just wobble around a bit and then come to a halt. Guess it was the P where we did that. I already forgot. Okay, on to the I. Let's move a little forward in time, as we've had so many things happen in this this first part. So the I is going to come in at 12 seconds. Yeah, well, we'll see. For now, the H is done, and we're going to go into our next one, which is 25, I believe. Yeah, it is one. Cool. Make a new layer. New solid. I'm going to pick the green color. Where are you? Here. So I haven't used that in a while. And yeah, it's right next to this one now. But yeah, well, we won't notice that. So it's all good. Same deal. Duplicate 3 times in this case. Well, or 2. I don't know. That's 1. That's 2. That's terrible positioning on my part. And this is number 3. So I do need to address this issue, because it needs to overlap at least. I don't want it to be too big. Yeah, okay, let's change some colors. Color settings, blue. Next is going to be the sand type color, and then this one is going to be the dark color. We have a little bit of contrast going on. Then select all three, hit M, add them to intersect masks. Hit M again so that everything closes, select all of them. Oh, it actually looks terrible, but yeah, well, that's the way it is, I guess, for this one. Yeah, it looks kind of terrible. I guess from a distance it's not too bad. I would rather have a bigger blue one and a smaller of the other two, but this one then, just going to adjust them to look a little bit less terrible. Hopefully this will work. Yeah, well, just select all of them, pre-compose them, 19i, and yeah, it's not great, but it'll have to do. So what are we going to do with this? Let's see what the other ones did. So this one moves in, and then that one could actually morph again. We haven't done a morph in a while. Actually, we can't do a morph in here. We would have to open the yeah, this one, then do all the morphing on this one, copy it to all the others. That's a lot of work. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do that. Let's just drop it in again. I mean, we've dropped in a few of them, but not enough to say, like, yeah, we've done too many. Position, set, rotation, set, and then anchor points. Yeah, hello, where are you? All the way over there, apparently. A little bit to the left, I believe, like this. Hit the P again, and we're going to go back to the original position. And yes, if you make an animation like this, it is actually good to have that automatic, well, the plugin that allows you to get the anchor point in the middle. It's actually a good plugin, because you are going to do that quite a bit. Position, let's go over here and go over here. Maybe even make it more keyframes so we can have some room to play with. Yeah, okay. Let's try to drop it in from here. And it's going to spin very rapidly, so rotation, set it to the -3, that sounds about right. +3, I mean. So it's going to rotate -3, but yeah, you can see it coming in. Actually, let's make it minus. See what it looks like if it rotates from the other direction. Yeah, that's fine. It's not a great animation, but hey, they can't all be winners. Because, well, we do have already spent like, I don't know, 6 hours on this. So all I need to do is just have something for these last few letters. It doesn't have to be brilliant every time. Some of them are really good, I think. Let's get a dark one. Control V. And just brush it on there. Oh, hang on. First, get duplicated. This one then. The next one. And we are done. Yeah, let's first set them to intersect. It's a nicer effect we get then. We can immediately see the end result when we change the color. Okay, everything intersects perfectly. Who knew, right? Layer, solid settings. Let's take this as one of them. Also like the white on this. So we're going to definitely take that. And then we're going to do something with this last one, like light blue, I guess. The light on the dark is kind of nice. Let's switch these to see what's happening. No, I like this better. This one is a little bit big, but yeah, well, it makes it look less designed, which is exactly the way we want that. Grab all of them, pre-compose, 20, C. Almost there, almost there. Well, actually not, because we still need to duplicate all of these and make them into new colors, because now we've used the color thing on all of them except for the top one. So yeah, we need to change that because it just needs to fit in. Let's let this one bounce in like we've done on the other side, like with the G. The G comes in over here. So let's wait a few seconds. Actually, virtually everything has been done by this time. So let's position this at 11 seconds. Position, rotation, anchor points. So the anchor points, there you go. And there you go. So your C should not rotate around the absolute center. I'm going to do it, but it shouldn't, because it's actually heavier on the left side, so the anchor point should be more to the left for a more realistic effect. But I don't care about realism. Realism is overrated. Actually, it's quite important to have something that at least looks realistic. Yeah, just hit the U. Oh, don't select anything except for your layer. Hit the U if you want to see the properties that you are editing currently, and only the properties that you're editing currently. Can we make this like be a little more interesting, like come across the thing or something like that? Okay, let's say about here. It's actually on the other side. Position, let's go to the right. Let's bounce off of this. Maybe go to the bottom. Bounce here. Exactly in the corner. Can we get it exactly in the corner? Let's first of all go here. Yes, we can. Yeah, it does have to be a sharp bounce, of course. We do want that. And let's make it a little bit more of an arc. So for now it looks like this. It's going to come in from the left. It's going to bounce and then roll into place. Which is cute. It's cute enough, at least. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, we do want a smooth transition here, so keep this in. And we do want a smooth stop. So let's make this an easy keyframe. And then let's do something about the rotation, because that is just, yeah, it's just standing still here. That's not good. Can't have that. It still has some issues, as you might have noticed. Or not. First of all, this has to be a little bit faster. It then plops, and then, yeah, this is gonna be a big issue. It's already in place when most of the rotation still has to be done. So let's see what happens if I make this into an easy ease keyframe. Keyframe assistant, easy ease. So it's going to come in, bounce, and then roll into place. That's a lot better. That actually matches up now. It's just that it's very unrealistic that it will rotate that fast and then immediately come to a halt. Yeah, if you like that, it's fine. It's fine. I'm going to make this into a little less of a rotation so that it doesn't have to rotate as far. Not sure what that will do to the visual though. So let's go. It's going to bounce. It's actually good enough. We can of course also make it a little cutesy. Let's do that. Let's move this rotation position stuff out of the way a bit. And then say that at this point, so when we normally would hit the normal position a little bit further on, a few keyframes, we're going to set the rotation and position keyframes, and the rotation should be 0. No, not 0. It has to be a little bit bigger, but we'll see. And the position is going to be over there. It's going to hit the H. There you go. And now let's see where we need to be on our rotation, because it needs to be somewhat realistic, right? We don't want these to be easy. So keyframe interpolation linear, because it's a sharp bounce. So yeah, as you can see now, it just slides into place. which is not what we want. We want it to rotate into place. So just give it a little bit of a rotation in the correct direction, obviously. Should be something like this. So it's going to roll in and then roll back. Yeah, you could see the position, right? I mean, just watch it. The last few frames, I'll scroll through them. Here. So instead of going to the right position, it's going to go to the right position, then overdo it, and then go back. But the rotation was fine. So yeah, that's because this keyframe is messed up. So you need to remove the handles from it with your what's this tool called again? Come on, what are you called? Convert vertex tool. So convert this one, also convert this one. So we want that to be a sharp tap, and that way it should be better. So rolling in and then rolling back. It's actually not bad. It hits. The hit is actually quite good, and then it just rolls into place. I agree with the amount of rotation. Could be a little bit more. So let's put this to here. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it now comes in, it flies into the wall, and yeah, everything goes well. Let's make this a little bit more. Cool. So here we want that. So we can make sure that the eye comes in later, of course. We can just take the eye layer and just say, yeah, let's not have you be here until we actually need you. Or, well, your place is actually cleared. Here, there you are. Now it comes in after the sea has already left. Okay. On to the last one then. We can make something special for this one, I guess. Copy. This is the last one, right? Yeah. It's not 26. No. It is in fact 27. New. Solid. And we're going to take... Should we take the first one into as the last one as well? Just paste it in and just find a nice spot to put it, maybe after everything is coming in. So yeah, it's going to be in position right here somewhere after the sea has already passed it. Say 12 seconds. Yeah, I wanted to make something special out of it, so we're going to edit it first and then do the coloring and pre-compose and things like that. Which means that I have to put my opacity I'm not going to use. Scale I might use. Position, rotation, and mask thingy. And then we're going to hit the anchor points and first of all align that. Okay. Hit the P for position again. Put it back to where it came from. And there you go. Okay, what are we going to do with it? Done so many things already that I don't really know anymore. So let's put it up on top. That's first. So I'm going to go way out, in this case 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. And it's going to be up top here. So yeah, I'm going to edit it on screen first. So mask path. Let's take that, or just hit the U and you have everything, which is just as easy. Actually easier. Let's first of all convert all of the frames to, yeah, linear frames. Exactly. So it looks completely different already, and we're going to turn it into drop, I guess, like a raindrop. First of all, let's make sure we can see all the points. There's one over here somewhere. There it is. And there's one over here as well. Yeah, new color, I guess. Let's make it bright blue. Oh, that makes it way better. So yeah, now we can actually see the points. Okay, a raindrop means that we're going to have to transform one of them into this, and all of the rest can go up top. Oh no, I can just remove them, right? That's the way that works. So okay. So I'm just going to keep 2 points alive. And we're going to edit this. And it's going to be a raindrop. So position, let's, oh, I had everything already open. What am I doing? So it's going to hang from the ceiling, it's going to grow for a while. That's why it's so far out. And then it's going to drop, and this is the moment where it actually drops. And then 2 seconds later it will be splashing down. After which it will unmorph. So it's going to grow for several seconds. Yeah, let's hit the scale. Oh, I already had everything. Stop doing that. Yeah, let's put it to something very small. Well, actually, we can put it to 0. Then we are going to have to hit the position at some point, but going to move up the scale of 100 to here because I'm not going to use scale after that. So the position is going to have to be over here. We're probably going to have to adjust that because of the way it scales. So yeah, it's going to be right on top here. So the way it scales, as you can see, is not very well convenient for me. I could have put the anchor points right in the top. That would have been way more convenient. It actually scales pretty nicely because of this later point on position that I have, which is not entirely correct, I just noticed. There it is. So now let's see how it actually develops. without selecting anything so that we can actually see what's happening. So it grows, it grows, it grows, it grows, and at some point it will drop. Stop. I wanted to zoom out, but apparently you can't do that while watching it. And it's going to morph into the S, hopefully. Nope, it's going to just delete everything. Cool. Completely not what I wanted. Yeah, I didn't actually read the message, I just assumed it would do something that I wanted. So yeah, I just pasted it back in. But I don't know in what. I pasted it in this one. Hang on. This one doesn't have masks, so I Control-Z'd it, but so that's the end result that we should be getting. And so that's the one with the purple thingies. And that means that if I transform this one, or sorry, the purple one into the blue one at the point that it actually connects, that should be okay-ish. Yeah, I don't want all this editing crap on my new mask. And now, yeah, the problem was I actually edited the position of the whole layer, which means that we're going to have to deal with that. So we're going to scale this to 0 or something like that up until the point where this comes down. But you'll see, it's going to be fine. First we want to edit this thing that's dropping down, because, well, leaving it as a blob just looks ridiculous. We're going to splash it and actually just splash it on the floor. No. Can we lock this mask? Not this one. I want to have the mask path on that one. Select only the top one. Splash it on the floor. Pull it out. It's a big pile of mess. Actually, let's change this one. Convert vertex into this one. Because that way it stays in shape until it actually drops to the floor. So here it's going to, hang on. So it was going to grow, but where did I leave that? Apparently there. Oh, I removed the entire scaling. Yes, that is my bad. Also lost the position. So all I have left is the shape. Excellent. Yeah, that was stupid. I thought that was only on my second mask, but obviously that's for the entire layer. And okay, let's make it somewhat the same. just hit this and then draw this out as well until it's about equal to the other side. Okay, so now it's going to at least get squashed. And I don't know what this one is doing here. Then. Yeah, I do know, but whatever. Okay, let's remove the handles from that one, because that was what I wanted to do. I just thought I couldn't get to it because it was too close together, but obviously if you zoom in, there's mostly a way to get to it. So it will squash and just splash down on the floor. Now all we need to do is move it upwards, because that's where it came from. But instead of using the position, I'm now going to use the mask path and just drag it up. Nope, wrong tool. Select the mask path. Come on, mask path. And we're going to just drag it up. Hopefully be somewhat in the right spots. So yeah, let's address the Y position. That actually looks like it's hanging from the ceiling. And then let's, for the first few seconds, just put this all the way up here. Drag back these so that it becomes the shape of a drop again. So we want the same shape, just very, very small. So like that. The shape of a drop, just very, very small. And up until this point, so one frame earlier, just make no, don't do that. Just split the layer. Edit, split layer, Control Shift D. And now beforehand it will not exist, and then afterwards it will start growing. Nope. There you go. It grows in the same way as the scale would have done it. Then it's going to drop down and it's going to splash on the floor. Wow, that takes forever. Why does it take forever? Is this the splash? Yeah. The splash should take like no time at all. Splash. It's a little bit too quick. It needs to be the same speed, so the top part needs to move at the same speed throughout. A few more. That's better. So yeah, now it's splashed on the floor. Now let's make this one rise from that one. So we're going to hit the M for mask. Hit the mask path. Oh, I locked it. Yeah. So now let's remove this one at the same moment this one comes in a moment. But we're going to have to just adjust all of these keyframes. Well, not keyframes. All of these vertices to be in this same spot. You don't have to do it perfectly, as long as the pixels that you color are kind of the same. And you can do that by just adjusting all of the handles. Because if you aim a handle right at the next point, then it will not color any pixels. At least if you put all of them at the same line. Yeah, I can color these because that's fine. This one then all the way over here. I guess we can zoom in, or well, use the opacity to kind of zoom it in, I guess, to make sure that it comes in slowly. The transition, because, well, can't just make the one disappear and the other one just appear out of nowhere. I want to make that into some kind of transition. There we go. Please tell me that I keyframed my S. Oh no, I didn't. Oh. I didn't keyframe my original S. That is so messy. Okay. Again. So now I have my S. I'm going to keyframe it at, let's say, 11 seconds. And then I'm going to go back to this splash moment just after it and do it again. Oh my god. Oh. I'm being stupid today. Yeah, but at least now I know how to do it. So yeah, there's that. Experience, man. It's so important. Oh, can't believe it. Can't believe it. Fortunately, there aren't a lot of keyframe or of vertices here, so it's not a lot of work, but it's just me being stupid. But hey, we all make mistakes at some time. At least I caught it relatively early on. I didn't complete the entire thing and then realized, oh, I have no S to go back to. I guess I could have just recreated it. Wouldn't have been a total problem, but... So yeah, now we're going to at this point it is this shape, so we can move this. We can, for example, say that at 10 seconds, this is 10 seconds, this mask path is going to be the one that exists, the other one does not exist. So just hit the, I think we can just do it like this, the mask opacity is 100 here, and it is going to be 0 here. And for the other one, it's going to be the exact opposite. It is going to be 100 here, so keyframe that. And then it's going to be 0 here. Which means that it disappeared and made way for the other one. So currently there is nothing to see. Then we're going to drop down the thing. It's going to change a little bit, but you won't even notice that. And then the S will rise from the drop, well, the pool, I guess. Okay, so there you go. We have an S now, which means that now we have to duplicate this, and now we have to color it. So duplicate, 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 I guess. Yeah, we're going to do that in the same way that we did last time. If you remember, it's a few letters ago. I'm going to just put a few of these things in here and remove all the rests. Last time I didn't have a lot of rest, but this time I do. So yeah, I am going to transform them into these things. That will actually look terrible. It's better. But now, how do I get this to be a sharp line? Oh, there's an extra one here. Okay. Let's, oh, we can keep that. Nope. Oh well, I don't know what I just deleted. The tools toolbar, but... Oh, I do need that. Come on, give me back my tools. Tools. There you go. Drop it back in, wherever it went. Oh, come on. No, I don't want to undock it, I want to dock it. Well, yeah, I messed it up. So we're going to now have to do it like this, because I don't know how to restore this. Yeah, let's just at least put it in the right spot so I can find my stuff. Yeah, this one, I'll repair it at some point. Yeah, this is a little more of a problematic one than previous. Let's go to the layer. I want to see what it looks like. Let's pick one of the colors and then intersect it, of course. Oh no, we don't need to intersect. We don't have a secondary mask. Just add and put it to the top. Okay, so it's good. It's good. It's good. Next one. Yeah, we're going to have to add some more stuff to it. Let's say over here. And then we're going to delete the rest. So yeah, I picked the end here on purpose because it makes it a lot easier to edit this. And maybe I can just leave this curvy thing, but let's see. Okay, new color, layer, solid settings. Uh-oh, yeah. I'll have to zoom out a little bit first, because I can't see anything. Again, solid settings. Eyedropper thingy. There you go. And then finally the last color. It's actually not too bad. The last color is going to be, I don't know. At least we can fill it in first. Let's overlap this one. No, no, not there. In the top part. I need to do it on top of this mask, right. This one can just be used. One that's already there. There you go. Remove all the old stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Let's remove the other one. Much better. Yep. This doesn't matter because it's underneath the other one. This does matter, so we're going to have to see what we can do about that. Just pull this down. Okay, change colors. Okay. Well, the entire animation has been done now, unless we want to change something. And even our water drop now looks somewhat okay-ish. So yeah, our water drop is now some other color for some reason. Oh wow. It's actually editing the shape here. Because I used the old mask. Well, I guess it's okay. You can do that. You can do that. Hang on. Yeah, I guess there's not a whole lot I can do about that. I can do it like frame by frame, but I don't think it's going to result in something better than this. It's just going to have to do. The only thing is, this is quite a big change, so let's copy paste this onto this. Will that work? Yeah. So at least this mask is now better. The white mask can be better as well. Okay. Yeah, grab all of the S layers and pre-compose them. So we still have to do that. Oh, layer, pre-compose. And that is 21S. Okay. There we go. So the drop is going to come in. I still need to recolor the drop, I think. Is that? I don't know which one. Oh, it's this one is over coloring the others because it's on top. So I guess I need to transform the color on that one if I want to have a different color. And I want to have a different color. So change to color. Just drop it on the layer. I'm going to go there. We're going to say from this one to this one, the original color. Then hue, lightness and saturation. There we have the original color. And now, well, it drops, and after that we don't care about it anymore, we would say. But of course we do care about it, because the moment it comes up here, we have to change it. So hit 2, and you will see that from this moment on, so the next one of the next frames, it is going to change. Hang on, hue. So yeah, the frame before that happens, I'm going to set the color to the original, and then the frame it does happen, I'm going to set the color to, well, what it was before, basically the layer color. And then when it comes up, there you go, the color is back. It's not a difficult trick, it's just something you need to know. And that way, everything is well again. My drop is the way I designed it. Yeah, and everything's good. So first of all, we're going to get rid of the T and this S, which is a huge blob, that are still on the screen. We need to make sure that they disappear. It's this T, I believe. Yes, it is. So this T has to come in from somewhere. It can't just be there. We can make it just zoom in, I guess. Or so it has to be available at this point, so at 7 seconds. Let's say at 5 seconds it is going to do something. Don't even know what. Let's see what we can do with you. We can make it scale on Y. I mean, we've done that a couple of times. It looks kind of okay. So, as I said, at this point it has to exist. Well, a little bit later it has to exist. But we're going to say that at 5 seconds you are 100%, and at 3 seconds you are going to morph into existence. So 0%. Hopefully that will also mean that it doesn't show us anything. It doesn't seem to. There have been some bugs with this. Okay. Yeah, so it's a very lame way of putting it on there, but hey, at least it's done. I'm going to lock the layer again, because I wanted to keep these 3 together, and later on there are 3 as well. The G, R, A, P, H need to be together, because they all interact with each other. But yeah, that one I can find out later. Anyway, the S, which S is that? That is from the first sentence. It's this one. Hit U, and we can see that it actually just exists. Maybe we should just make the opacity thing. So opacity 0 to opacity 100. Let's keyframe it. That would actually help as well. 0 to 100, and let's see what it does up until this point. It's just doing nothing. Let's hit the U. Yeah, so here it is already, or it's scaling, but if we put that over here, we have some time to do something. Cool. So it's going to come up slowly now. No, I want to just deselect everything. Okay, so it's going to come up slowly. Okay, that looks terrible. Okay, so opacity, not the answer here. Let's just move it off screen then. I mean, if we're having trouble with it, just move it off screen. That's what we always do. Go down. Can we give this handles? Yes, we can. And just... that's not what I wanted to select. Stop giving me that thing. So yeah, easiest way to do it, I guess. Yeah, we can actually remove this mid position thing. Just make the movement a little more, well, all over the place. And put the rotation all the way in the front. So it starts rotation immediately. Scale as well. There you go. That's not bad. Yeah, the S needs to be a little bit later because the C hasn't traveled through that yet. But most of it is actually quite good. Quite the way I wanted it, that is. Okay, let's just see when the C is actually passing through it. And that is when we want the S to, oh, it's not the S. It's when we want the S to drop to the floor. So now the C is going to get through it just before the drop falls onto the floor. And it will just rise from the pool. Okay. For the rest, yeah, we're going to have to go through this step by step. Everything has been removed. That's one. That's a really important thing. So, does everything come in at the moment we want it to? So currently, yeah, I think most of it is fine. This one looks weird. The apostrophe just has a very sharp turn there, and we're going to fix that. Was one of the earlier layers, so we kind of messed it up a little bit with one of the later ones. Yeah, you know how it goes. We want to make sure that it actually looks a little bit better. Let's see what we can do with it. It's going to come in from here. It's going to bounce off of the one guy. And then come in. Yeah, it doesn't have rotation on it. That's kind of weird. Because I do have rotation keyframes. It just doesn't rotate. Like, did I copy paste the same value for everything or what? 3 degrees. Yeah, it's pretty much the same value for everything. So here it's 0. Let's make it like, I don't know. Why does it even change here? This is in the middle of nowhere. This also is in the middle of nowhere. We only have the bounce to be concerned about. And this is when it should start rotating. Like, if we make it well, 0 first, and then we make it -2 or something like that. Which way is it going to rotate? Oh, I can't rotate. Right, that's why I made this so small. Okay, yeah, we're going to fix this. This is just a mess that I created and didn't want to solve at the time. We're going to solve it now. Anchor point. I don't even know where the anchor point is. Oh, it's over here. Okay, let's just put up the anchor point. Yeah, I was being lazy. You should never be lazy. Just try to make it the perfect thing so that you don't have to worry about this kind of crap. Yeah, let's make sure that it actually matches up to the G. So the G hit is right here. and the rotation should be 0 at that point. So the position then, we're going to have to address or adjust the position to, let's take the entire position and just move it so that we'll actually hit the G and hopefully also hit our end position. We'll have to see that without the background. Nope, that's not the right end position. That is the right end position, just about. There you go. Now let's make the G hit happen. So just this position. And we want to hit it over here. So it's coming in, and then it's turning the other way, but that's quite alright. So rotation wise, we want to not rotate this way, so here it's going to go from minus something. We want to go to +2. And by the way, this one should be over here. I explained why before. It has to match up with this curve. So this curve has to have a natural extension to this last point, which is the sharp point of the actual hit. So once you've done that, it should all be fine. And this should be the same rotation as it is here, or just about. Okay, rotation wise. Let's see. So it's going to come in with a little bit of rotation, then it's going to keep rotating, rotating, rotating. So it's actually there. Yeah, fine. It's not great, but it'll do. So, okay, now that we agree with most of the animations, I'm going to have to color in this last part, because that is one thing that I kind of didn't have yet. Also, I'm going to have to address the flowers here when they come in, how they come in, and things like that. But we'll do that later. First of all, the J. So we're going to just go to the, just double click on the composition here, and then it will open the original one. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. I have most of the colors here actually, which is kind of useful, but I'm going to put my thing up anyway. Projects, color combination. First of all, let's draw some stuff. And next layer, we've done this so many times now, we should be able to do this. And then the last one, it's going to cross this one, I guess to this side. And then we're going to select them, hit M, hit intersect on all of them. Where are you? The last one? Intersect, intersects. Which one's the last one? Did I draw it on this one? No. Oh, this one has two. So this one is going to hit the intersect, and yeah, I accidentally drew two on one. Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to go. Hit M, so that all of them close again. And then we're going to change colors. Layer solid settings, grab a color. Okay. Layer solid settings, grab a color. Okay. And then layer solid settings, grab a color. Just like the 1,000,000 time we did this already. Oh, I just grabbed it twice. Grab the same color twice. I guess the light one. Okay, cool. We can pop up more of these flowers, by the way, because we do have a composition called flower. It should actually be here, yeah. It was the first one we made, although it's not. Apparently it doesn't care about that at all. Okay, so this one should now work still the way it was supposed to. What did I just do? Oh, nothing. The J is going to just come in like that, blah blah, put on some flowers. Okay, on to the A. We're going to fix that first and then do additional animations afterwards. Yeah, there is no mask on this part, so we're going to take the mask from this one, or both of the masks I should say. Mask. Control X, because we don't want to copy them, we want to actually steal them. That way it should still look the same over here. Yeah, it's just that now we can actually edit it over here. Yeah, the mask hasn't been edited, so that's great. And we are going to just duplicate, select our color combination, and make some drawings. Where did I leave my toolbar? Window. Where's my toolbar? Did I close that? Still can't believe that I can't get it in. Oh, that's how you do that. Okay, never mind. I assumed you had to get the top bar, but you have to get the bottom bar. Yeah, whatever. You saw what I did. From top to bottom then, what are we going to do with this? You are going to get something like this on here. And then the next one is going to go cover the top part. And the next one is going to cover one of the legs. Okay. Yes, M intersects M. Where did my A go? Little A, come back. What did I do wrong? Control Z until we have our A back. Oh, apparently it is not what I did. Can't redo. Excellent. That sounds about right. So yeah, just delete this entire mask, I guess. Then I'm going to add the mask. I really thought it was something I did here with the intersect, but apparently it is something else. Don't know what though. But we'll find it eventually. Because we always do. Refresh disabled. Really is caps lock. Caps lock is not actually on, but or not pressed, but I guess if you hit it, so if you turn on caps lock, then it does that. I don't know. Complete randomness. So we're going to change colors on our layers now. Once again, let's get the light one, the green one, there you go, and I like the sand colored one. Solid settings, there you go. Yeah, this is a little bit too much triangle here in the top, so I'm going to adjust the white. Oh no, I can actually just add a point here. Add a point. Drag the point towards the... Yes, that is better. And then just make the... Oh, that is not what we want. Make the top part less like a triangle. Come on. You know you want to. Come on. Mask 22. Just get out of there. What is it doing? Why is it refusing to move? Now it wants to move, but only a little bit. And what? What did I do? I did something wrong, but... I have no clue what I did and why it doesn't want to move anymore. Well, I guess we'll just stuck with this A. I have no clue what I did. So I can't undo it if I don't know what I did. So, the A, I'd love to try the M then. Let's go into this one. This one won't have, yeah, a mask either. So we're going to steal it here. Just hit M. Go to mask 1. Just Control X. Control V. And there it is. D. Well, Control D. First one. Not 3. I didn't ask you to close it. Then second one. And then third one. Yes, M. Intersect. What did I do? Oh, this one is supposed to be on this one. Intersect. There you go. Hit M. And change the colors. Wow. It's like this is boring, but it's not. Layer, solid settings. It's not at all the same thing over and over and over. Nah. Just appears that way. Green. Yeah, sometimes you have to go through a whole lot of motions, let's say, until you reach your end result. But it's mostly worth it. Wow, that looks actually good. Finally glad about changes here. Yeah, that actually looks good. I think the white with the multicolor always looks kind of great. This G also looks very nice. It's the same. Let's see, we still have to do the S. So if that one looks great as well, I might go more into the white with multiple colors. Okay, the eye then. Yeah, we're just going to immediately grab the mask here. Oh, it's an edited mask. That should be interesting. See? Yeah, it doesn't have a mask yet. It's an edited mask, so that is going to be interesting. Because that means that the colors we put on there, they're going to morph as well. Anyway, duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. Just like this. Solid settings. I think with the eye I should not use 4 different colors. But we'll see. Layer, solid settings. There you go. And now we're going to draw some small things on it, I guess. Okay, set all of them to intersect. Did I put 2 on the same? Yeah. There you go. Kind of overrode the other mask, which was not at all anticipated. Let's see if this actually edits correctly. No, it does not. Right, with animated masks I needed to do that differently. Yeah. So now I need to remove all of them. Okay. Let's try that again. Zoom in. Add some of these points. Let's try to make it something interesting. And then no, not the selection tool, this one. To remove all the originals. There we go. Why is it moving downwards? It seems so weird. I didn't edit anything, yet it's moving downwards. Okay, so I should maybe stand on top of this point. That might help. Nope. I zoom in on the timeline here a little bit. Yeah, there might still be 2 points. That's kind of what I feared. So now it zooms in at least, so yeah. Okay, standing on this point then, so the final point where the mask does something. I'm going to go to the other one, and well, I'm going to go to the top one first. Yeah, just remove the 2 top ones. And then go to this one, paint in some points, and remove the bottom ones. So it's not terrible, the results. Let's go let's get out of here. Let's go back to this, get the E going. This one has a lot of edited masks, so I only need to, I believe, grab this mask. So Control, first open it, then Control X on that mask. Not the other two. The other two are edited afterwards. Come on, Control V. There you are. So now they will still edit the same thing, but it's no longer in this particular thing. It's now in this thing. D. Get the color combinations going. And let's once again draw some interesting shapes on top of here. That's one. Now let's get another one. This might actually be too big. We'll see. I always try to overlap two and then make the third one a completely different one. But you might have noticed that already. And hit M. So now all we need to do is change the colors, and we're set for this one. So yeah, by now you should have a pretty good idea how to make these things and how to edit all of this. And yeah, if you follow the entire thing, then wow, that is amazing. And please leave a comment, because I would like to know if people actually follow the entire thing. But probably not. Probably people just watch parts of it, the parts that I find either enjoyable or just, well, want to learn about. And that's cool too. Leave me a comment on what you would like to learn, or what you came to this video for. And that is cool as well. So the E has been done, meaning that the apostrophe and the S are the only ones that we still need to do. So let's hit M, let's copy this mask, or steal the mask, and put it on this layer. And then we're going to put the dark one, I guess, over it. So I'm not going to put 3 colors on this one, obviously. Let's put it over here. Intersects, solid settings, grab the dark color, and there you go. And then the S, where are we going to drop the S? First of all, let's no, just hit M. Good enough. No. Come on, just get the mask. There you go. Good boy. Not a good boy. Oh, it is. Okay. It just got changed over time. But it... Oh, well, wait. This layer obviously is still moving. Yeah, as long as it's still working, then I'm good with it. Yeah, and it's still working, so yeah, that's good. So in the end here, can we actually use like the, because this is another S, and S's are really hard to do apparently. 3 colors. Can we actually select like the edges this time? Like if I just say, okay, we're going to delete all of this crap and just keep these, and then just say that this one is going to be smaller, and that's it. So this is one of our masks now. Yeah, it's not the greatest way to do it, I guess. We're not going to put that up top, we're going to put this one up top. This one is going to add a point over here, and then a point over here, and it's going to delete everything else there is to know. Yes, okay. Not greatest. Let's see what we did. This would be better, I guess. It is the top part, and I kind of made it the top part because it shouldn't be too big, so yeah, there you go. Better. And now I need to zoom this back to make it a nice line. Do the same over here. Okay, the last one then. That one's going to be over here. It's just going to be a small piece of the bottom part. No? Yeah, I did draw that one, but I don't want it. Okay. This one should be smaller. This one should be smaller. This one should be smaller. And you guessed it. This one should be smaller. Yes. Now that we've done that, let's recolor the layers and then let's line them up with the timeline, because we still need to do that. One color. Two color. Three color. There you go. Yeah, as I said, line them up with the time now. So we grab all of them and we drag them to the last frame where something happens. Hopefully they now overlap. And so yeah, you can see now that the blob actually just colors. Actually, this is kind of an issue, as we will see here, because the color is actually on the other side. But yeah, it's not a problem. It's just cute that it works like that. Yeah, that one's done as well. So all we need to do is maybe add some more crap to it, like these flowers that I made in the beginning. Yeah, why not? I mean, we have nothing better to do with our thingy here. So let's see, flower. Let's just add flowers in the entire thing. So what happens with this one? We're going to go to the A and just say, yeah, okay. So it comes in, it drops. At this point the other A comes out, and let's say from this point onwards we can have some flowers on there. That is 4 seconds in this case. We can just make, yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to turn, well, this is already a composition, so we're going to make a new composition. And yeah, we have enough of them already, so we might as well. Dropping in composition 1, so we don't have any of the layers, and we're just going to plop in some flowers. 1, 2, 3. Let's make some flowers here now. Oh, they need to be on top, obviously. And they need to exist for a little bit longer than this. Let's open up the flower thingy. Make the composition length into 30 seconds. Because otherwise they will time out. Where are you? Oh, it's actually here. Okay, cool. Since it's not edited, we can just do this. And we are going to edit it actually. So we're going to hit the scale button and just, yeah, that I thought that didn't work, but yeah. We're going to not plop them into existence. We're going to all zoom them in the way it should have been done. Yep, okay, that is cool. Yeah, that does mean that we have to go to the J now. Where are you? Oh, well, just find it over here. Remove all the flowers, because they're in the wrong position now. But it doesn't matter, because it just means that we have a better better position to place them now. So now we can just pick up this, let's lock this, pick up this, and just say like, okay, this letter comes in here, and from there on out it's going to get some flowers. Control D to duplicate the flower. Control D to duplicate the flower. It always duplicates the last one, so you already know where it is. Let's move this one. Oh. Let's move the first one to the left. Maybe top there. Ah, that actually looks worse. So yeah, apparently the flower thing here only has a length of 12 because I made it when it was still 12, but yeah, now it's 30, so we can just drag it out. We can also wait until the entire name is there, so over here, and then plop in the flowers. So then they start coming in. Oh yeah, no, never mind. We're going to do that differently. I'm going to set everything to 0. Just make the flowers first. So currently they're not animated yet. So we're just going to say, okay, just make a bunch of flowers. Now that is a very stupid way to do that, because now everything is in the same spot. This one is now the one. Okay, get one, get another one, and another one. You can of course make multiples, like multiple things to drop in, if you want that. But yeah, since there is no timing at the moment, I'm just designing the overall look here. And I have to ask myself, is this a good look, or should I just delete all of these flowers? And I think it's the last part there. I should just delete all of them and maybe add like a few of them, but definitely not that many. So let's just drop on a few, like here and there. Oh, what did I do? Control Z. There it is. So Control D to duplicate. So I'm going to just make like a few of them. Maybe, I don't know, the eye. The dots in the eye. No, I don't want to use it as the dot on every eye. Recurring themes are mostly good, unless you are really bad at drawing flowers, like me. Okay, let's put one on the S here, and then we're done. So, yeah, now we have several flowers here. As I said, you can also make other things that are coming in. And we're going to go to the flower composition here and make it scale, because that was what we actually were doing. We want it to be 0, 0 at first, and then at 3 seconds we want to, oh, I hate it when I do that. Yeah, so at 0 seconds and at 3 seconds, it's quite a long time actually. We'll see how that works. We want them to be as big as they're going to be. Yeah, that is quite a long time. Now it's way too long. Let's make it 1 second. 1 second. And then they stay alive for the remainder. Yeah, so let's see where we put them. So currently they're all coming in way before the letters are there. So for example, the J comes in over here, and then we can say, okay, these flowers, I don't know which ones they are, but we'll see that soon enough. But these flowers are going to come in at that time. So I'm just moving them out of the way. Look, that's one of them. And this is probably the other one. Yeah. So I'm going to move that a little bit ahead. Doesn't have to be too far. Let's get to just second. Half seconds is also good enough. So I'm going to move it like 1 second towards that. And then, hang on. So yeah, this one is on the bottom right. There it is. So we're going to find when that letter comes in. So that's the C, it comes in over here. And then once it's there, the flower is going to come in. Okay, next one. It is going to be this one. That's the one there. So the S comes in, and over here the flower is going to present itself. Okay, cool. So then this one, let's see, that's the one on the O. The O takes a long time to come in, so the flower will be there afterwards. Next one is going to be this one. It's on the bottom left. G. So the G comes in over here, which means that this one should be a little bit later. Over here. And this one's probably the other one. Yes. It's going to come in a little bit later. This one's for the P. Which is going to stand still over here. Which means that the flower is going to come in over here. This is actually nice. Now we have different timings. And would be great if we had some earlier ones as well. So yeah, that's that one. But that's for the eye. Okay. So the eye flies in, and it's going to get a flower right here. Okay. So now the last three. Which one are you? It's the one over there. On the O. Oh, all three of them belong to the O. So the O is going to come in. Fortunately, it's early, so because most of our flowers are over here. So yeah, let's bring out. Oh, that's not the right one. This is the right one. And the third one. Let's see how the O looks. Yeah, I guess it's okay. Now the I one will come in. Well, you see flowers going everywhere. The one on the eye is really late, but yeah. So yeah, more choices, more things that are happening. Which one is this? The one on the O. Yeah, let's put it forward a little bit, because it's really late compared to the others. Well, the overall, I didn't actually look at that, but the overall timings, let's have a look at that. Oh, I did take a look at that earlier. What's over here? There's something there. That's the eye. Okay, we need to remove that. This one. So yeah, just hit the U, and you will see that there is nothing going on. So we are going to have to go to this one apparently. Then hit U on this one. And we're going to see that the timing starts at 12 seconds. And we're going to go back to the original composition. So normally at 12 seconds, but it might actually be dragged off. No, it seems that that is still the way it is. No, it's actually not. It starts at here somewhere. So everything in front of this should not be seen, which means you just go to split layer, delete, done. Yeah, there are several other ways to do it. You can also set the opacity to 0, you can set the scale to 0, but this is just the easiest way, and you can also immediately see what's happening. Cool. Yeah, overall it will look like this now. So this is just the animation itself. It is without the flowers. And yeah, there's a lot going on at the same time, which is excellent. I especially like the interaction of letters with each other. But yeah, I couldn't do all of them, obviously. So yeah, now you have to decide how long do I want to make this, and then all you need to do is render it out. I'm going to save it for a moment. So the animation, oh no, we should look here. The animation stops at about 15 seconds. So, well, with the flower, the last flower comes in at 16 seconds, in fact. So I'm going to make it 20 seconds, so people will have some time to actually see what's going on, to get the overall view. And that is that then. So set your composition settings to whatever number you had. I had 20 seconds, and just hit OK. Then you can render it out, make your own, well, movie. And that is all I have to say about it. So it only took like, I don't know, 6 hours, something like that. And then we had our animation. So easy peasy, right? Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time.